Can't wait till December.
The sun is shining, he's alone, raging into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land at such a comical sight. To see the tune, the globe head goose spewing out his shite. Shouting! Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves a flame. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this and our secret bliss. Not come all this distance just for you to take the piss. The ice wind's blowing, here he goes, pacing like a lunatic, upside down on a spinning globe, but the best is yet to come. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land at such a comical sight. To see me tune the glove head goon spewing out his shots, screaming. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone laughs at me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this and our secret bliss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. The sun is shining, he's alone, reaching into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this fat land at such a comical sight. To see me tune the glove head goose spewing out his shite. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone laughs at me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this and our secret bliss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this and our secret bliss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. Get some, get some! Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this and our secret bliss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone laughs at me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this and our secret bliss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss.
I talked to you about Antarctica. You deflected to measurement. You are a scum liar. Every single one of your dumb followers needs to look at their lives and realize Nathan Oakley is a liar. Since 2016, he's been saying if you go to Antarctica, you will be faced with gunpoint and turned away. Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns? I don't see any guns, Nathan!
And we're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's throw it on over to Discord, where I know there's not any VCs in there unless they snuck in after or before I started playing that song. So let's head on over. Let's see how many VCs we got in the VC. Are any VCs in the VC?
Negative.
That's what I thought.
Nope.
So we're going to have to appoint VCs. Let me see here. Everyone has abandoned me. All right, let me turn this off. Stop streaming the guns. Thank you very much. Where is Mrs. Tick Identifier at? Where is she at? Flatsy.
Yeah, identifying ticks.
Yeah. Yeah, not here. Adam already said that he's not he's gonna be late. Brian's not here.
Brian will be here in a few minutes.
Yeah, right. Nathan isn't here. Just leaving me all by me onesie with about 25 people in here and no VCs. I guess, Neil, you're going to be the VC. You're the VC right now.
That's a copy.
You can't be a VC.
I can be a VC.
Now, you are appropriate for color commentary, not a VC.
That's a negative.
You know who I'm going to appoint as VC? Zetetic Warrior is now my VC going forward. Zetetic Warrior. That means on every Tuesday and every other Saturday, you got to show up here at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Central for Ballbusters, respectively. Are you good with that?
How's this? Either myself or one of my representatives will certainly be available. We'll leave it there. I don't want to double speak, so I'll give you an answer. Only certain people around here are experts at double speak. Looking at you, Mr. Alston, but other than that, I'll just leave it with that comment.
All right, fair enough. We're going to play the second half. Z is kind enough to join us again for he participated in a little discussion with Austin Witsit a few days ago. We only got through part one because a lot of people were long-winded. That's okay. We're going to do the second half of it. I don't think it'll go that long, but oh boy, I'm not disregard what I just said because that doesn't mean anything. That it could be 5 hours. Second of all, Z had some he wanted to go over a couple topics that we did bring up last week. So Z, I'm going to have to go to your channel. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you don't mind, if you go to my channel.
Hold up.
And I'm going to. Yeah, if you pull my channel up and go to my videos, all right? And then if you go down, you're going to. Yeah.
1 second. Not even. Why didn't it pull it up? You being censored again? Maybe if I spelled it right. I guess I hit Aztec Warrior.
That's a cool name too. That's actually my Mexican doppelganger. You can check him out at Aztec Warrior.
Too funny. So the Zetetic Warriors, it gave it to me. Go to videos. All right, which one?
All right, if you scroll down, if you're my most recent videos, if you scroll down, you'll see most of them are just Z's, but you'll see one. It's my face, and you'll see Jaren in the corner.
You need to get.
It's called Z.
You need to get some damn thumbnails, dude. Hey, just give me the time. Is it 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago? Give me a time frame.
4 months ago.
4 months ago. Got it? 1 second.
Yeah. And it's entitled Z Ruins Jaren and Saves Flat Earth.
Got it.
You can tell you can tell I'm
Okay.
a humble guy, everybody.
Z, now, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, if you got
Yeah.
cowbell, let's see the cowbell, right? That's my policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all I
I've
need you
actually
to go
watched-
is go to
Hold up, Jen.
I've watched that video. It's a good one. I've
Yeah.
watched it.
Thanks, Jen, for the color commentary. Appreciate that. Now let Z speak, please. What time, Z?
if you go to 28 minutes and 23 seconds
Okay.
and just pause it. I want to focus on the image that I have.
Okay. 1
Right,
second.
so we don't need to listen to anything. It's about the image.
Okay. 28 minutes and 23 seconds.
Correct.
I got 28 minutes and 26 seconds. Is that close enough? Hold on.
Is it an image of an AE map? It's got to be 28 or yeah.
yeah.
Go to 30.
Yeah.
I've seen
no,
an AE
no.
map with some suns on it.
Got
Okay.
it. We got it. I think we got it. Hold on. Let me get my act together. We usually shoot the breeze here for the first couple minutes, Z, you know, to get everyone seated, wait everyone, you know, sit down and get their popcorn and stuff, okay? So let's just chill. I got your video. Is there anything else that you want to add verbally before we go to this video?
Okay, yeah, just to preface it, the reason I wanted to pull this up, and again, I just want to focus on the image, so we can just keep it on pause because I want to basically talk about the image. So I had referenced in my last appearance that the solar data shows that the sun is not triangulable over the classic AE map or a globe.
Right.
Really any projection that we can come, not the globe is projection. And I use this as an example, as the most extreme example, to highlight this point that on the equinox, we have a very particular presentation of the solar data that I think this image can highlight, and I
Okay.
could kind of talk about it. And this is what I used. I use to basically debunk this straw man that we've all been put into regarding the the AE map.
Right.
Okay. And just to say, hey, look, this data, which I'm about to show, was presented to the Flat Earth gatekeeping community, Weiss and Company, in 2017, based off my knowledge. This was ignored. Jaren smeared anybody presenting this information. And basically, I think it highlights a fundamental point that the optics of the sky can not be used to invalidate, you know, the physically level ground. Now, about the triangulation, I'm not saying that we cannot triangulate our ground position from our individual perspective. We know we can do that with using, let's say, 3 stars, okay? But I'm saying that a singular celestial body cannot be triangulated from multiple locations.
Sure. We already knew that, but you could stress that. That's fine. We knew it from celestial navigation and sorts. And it
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, we knew it that way. But that's okay. We'll go ahead and present this here in a couple minutes. Just relax, man. You're all into business.
Cool. I'm into business, man. You know why? Because I'm fired up. The other thing I'll bring up is to anybody paying attention is that Jaren, if you know, you may recall, was a bit waffly on his current stance regarding the nature of this Earth and the cosmology. He was kind of riding between the globe and the flat Earth. I believe his comments, his most recent comments, either today or early in the AM today, really end any controversy. And he's officially gone back to the globe, in his words. And his quote is, that it appears the world is a ball. He didn't have the cojones to say globe, but he said ball. And this appears to be his current stance. He's further vilifying all flat earthers. He's claiming that there's no map that'll ever work and there never will be. Again, strawmanning us into a model. And not only that, conflating apps and models at the same time.
Yep. Outstanding. So he said that earlier. He said that, not that I care, because I already knew it was a glober back, like you said, 2017. But in 2016, were you aware? I think I brought this up briefly the last time on Saturday when you were here, that he was part of the group. He wasn't a principal. He was part of the group, It was Nathan Oakley, Antonio Subratz, or Adam Meakin that you met last week. Globe Dumpsters Bob, who even had control of Nathan's channel while they were testing this AE map by calling a bunch of people throughout the world and getting more or less elevation angles to the sun. And Jaron knew about it. So he knew in 2016, after I don't know how long it was, doesn't really matter, that they had went ahead and debunked. I don't know what they debunked because there's no sun on the AE map, but you know what I'm saying. They went ahead and brought up some problems with the AE map, insurmountable. You can't recover from the AE map. He knew about that. Jaron knew about it. Bob knew about it. And everyone else knew about it. Now, back then, I wasn't into maps and stuff because I could really care less. I wasn't into any astronomical observations back then. I just blew them off because my history had shown that astronomy is just a bunch of windbags, pseudoscience windbags. So I never concerned myself with that. All I concerned myself was basically with how the Earth was measured flat. That's all I was concerned with. If you could see my proofs from back in the day from 2016, they went about, the solar flight, the ESSM Block 1, obvious the Coriolis effect. That had nothing to do with whether the Earth was flat, and the no vacuum of space. So I was aware of the goings on because being in the quote, I don't want to say quote unquote, being in the community, whatever that is, I ran past all these things. On YouTube, I seen Nathan, I seen Antonio Subratz, I seen Jake the asshole dragging Jaron by his short hairs. Now, I didn't give it its due attention, but I was aware of it. You know what I'm saying? I was aware of it because I was around then. And it just boggles my mind that you're saying that you showed this to them in 2017 when Nathan and the guys debunked it in 2016. Jaron was well aware of it, so was Bob. And then you gave this data to them in 2017. What the hell is going on? All of a sudden, Jaron saying, well, I can no longer follow the AE map. No, you can no longer follow it back in 2016 and 2017, dude. What the hell are you talking about? Right?
And just to clarify, it wasn't myself that presented him the data in 2017, but it was presented to him in 2017.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring up something else that I mentioned. When I was on last time, I brought up the 1902 book Zetetic Astronomy by Albert Smith and Lady Blunt, or Blount, however you pronounce that.
I dogged you out with that, didn't I?
Was it Blunt? Yeah. I thought it was Jaron that smoked the blunt in Antarctica. I mean, that's just hearsay, but I don't know. I heard that. Anyway,
Yep, go
I
ahead.
digress.
Yep.
So in the book Zetetic Astronomy, from the two previous authors, and for anybody who doesn't know, they basically define themselves as Zetetics, okay?
Sure.
They specifically addressed this topic of the 24-hour Antarctic sun. So it's so interesting when Jaron was talking about how flat earthers never knew, and if he knew that there was a 24-hour sun in 2014, he would have never became a flat earther. It turns out he wasn't reading some of these early documents from the Zetetics. So if you don't mind, I want to read a couple paragraphs from this book as they address the 24-hour sun and basically are making the same argument you just made, that regardless of any purported theoretical, begging the question, maps or models, we can't get by the underlying fact of the, observable physical world, the world that's demonstrable, the world that is measured flat, navigated flat, aviated flat, engineered flat, and a world in which basically the dynamics of water don't lie.
Sure.
So if you just
go ahead. The floor is yours.
let me get in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So anybody, this is on page 9, if anybody wants to look into it, and they can find this PDF online. It's available for anybody. It's open source.
What's the title?
And again, this is over 100. Zetetic Astronomy is the book.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll begin. That the midnight sun was seen south was reported by the late Antarctic expeditions. In fact, it was reported that the sailors played cards on deck in full sunlight at midnight about Christmas time. And it says, see reports in various newspapers afterwards. See also the Windsor magazine for May 1900, in which a photograph presumably is given of the midnight sun taken from the ship Belgica on Christmas 1898. And I'll spell that Belgica. I'll continue. The Belgica was frozen fast in the ice from March 4th, 1898 until February 1899. So for anybody who doesn't know, when they would send these expeditions down to either the Arctic or the Antarctic, oftentimes the ship would freeze and they'd be stuck for like a season until there was a melt. And the melt is only like a month or two. So they were there for a year. Let me continue. The sun represented as well above the horizon so that it could shine down on the sailors upon the deck at midnight. And I quote from this, though not in harmony with the globular theory, this may be taken as fairly representing the facts of the case and as harmonizing with other known facts which have been reported to us both by Zetetics and globularists. Okay, now, I'll continue and I'm almost done. For instance, we have made inquiries from various persons and we find that the longest day in any place further south than the Tropic of Capricorn increases in length as the latitude increases or distance south of the observer. It follows therefore logically that if we were to go further and further south, the longest day would keep on increasing until it filled the whole of the 24 hours. Then, of course, the midnight sun might be seen. Okay, and I'm going to wrap it up on this, all right? Whether we can explain these facts is another question, but as we have before intimated, that whatever further facts we may find, which are proved to be real facts and not fantasies, we shall admit, but while admitting them to be true Zetetics, will never give up the primary fact that the surface of all standing still water is level, and the earth or land portion of the world, therefore, a plane or series of plane. So again, it's the same argument that they made 120 years ago that we're making now. Regardless of optical observations, standing bodies of water lie level always. And again, measured flat, navigated flat, aviated flat, engineered flat, plain and simple. The argument hasn't changed. Jaron strawmanned the entire community into a model. Then he presented this model as final experiment as a mutually exclusive observation, one in which the results of which give the better evidence to the globe. This is fallacious from the top down. Jaron is a deceiver and a liar. He has been shown to be through evidence. His globe flip was not not unknown to me, and I suspected he would. Now he's here. He painted himself into a corner, and he's trying to paint all of us into his fallacious model, which was debunked years ago.
Yes, sir. There you go. There you have it. Platzi.
Hola.
Hola. What are you, an Aztec warrior?
That sounds cool. Can I be?
Yeah. You missing something? We'll get back to you in a second, Z.
Yeah.
What am I missing?
What do you think? Where's Bugger?
He's got his first loose tooth. He's right here. Say hey.
Hey.
Hey, Bugger. Got your first loose tooth?
Say yeah.
Yeah.
Don't tell him what to say.
Okay. He's not paying attention.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Do we have some business to attend to before we get back to Z?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
What do you think I'm talking about? Super Aztec Warriors. How about that? Does that clue you in?
You got a super chat?
Oh my God.
I'm gonna count down 60 seconds. Super chat.
Super chat.
I didn't see it, so you got to forgive me. Pablo. Shout out to Mexico.
That's the only one you've seen. Oh, you're late. You missed 2 others. From P. Lucas. Thank you, sir. He didn't have a message.
Was Daddy? Daddy.
Hey, stop rumpusing me, bugger. From B. Pox. Make sure you have a snack. You know what? I don't have one. That's a good piece of advice. The guys are lying hydras. Destroy 1 and 10 more come. Yeah. Yeah, you don't know it. Thanks a lot, B-Box and Pablo. Thanks. Shout out from Mexico. From the kin, from Flatsy's kin. All right, you all caught up, Flatsy?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. All right, back to you, Z. We have to take care of some business before they start to pile up and it gets too overwhelming. Like I said, I have never read that book, but I understand clearly what you said, and they were right on point. Because it doesn't matter what's going up in the Skyland. It doesn't matter at all. 0. Except for, save for, we can celestial navigate. However, what they said is absolute fact. Why even be concerned with things that you can't test? That's it. Anything in the sky. That's why I said astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics. That's one of the housekeeping questions are, show in the entire history of any of those disciplines one single viable scientific hypothesis. You can't. They don't have any. Why? Because it's pseudoscience. It's pseudoscience because they claim it's science, and it's not. That's what it all boils down to. I appreciate you sharing that from Zetetic Astronomy.
Yeah, thanks for letting me share it.
Yep. Let's get on to since we're all about business today. I'm all about the business. Let's get over to your video. I'm going to share it in Discord. You knew that routine, right? You should be familiar now. I'm going to go ahead and share it. Just join me right there. I'm up at the top. I'll wait 10, 20 seconds.
And what is this? Oh, where it says live?
Yeah, you're going to join me again, the same thing you did last week.
Watch stream.
Tell me when you see it.
So it says double click user to watch.
Just watch stream.
So when you... Yeah. Yeah, when I do it, it just gives me everybody's icons.
Oh, I know.
Invite to stream.
1 second, Z. Can somebody, one person, help him? Who's the one person? Anybody?
What does he need help? What does he need help with?
He's trying to join the stream, QE Live, and trying to join the stream.
Are you on a phone or on a computer?
He's on a computer.
Yeah, just go to the chat and click on Quantum Eraser's name at the top.
Yeah, I'm there, and it says watch. It gives me an option to watch the stream.
Hit that one, right?
And I click. Yeah, so I click watch stream.
And you should see your presentation. Or your video, sorry.
Drop in and drop.
Are you telling them to drop out and come back in?
Yeah, that.
Hey, Z, drop out of this hangout and then come back in.
Hey, I did that last time. It didn't work. I could do it again if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. Drop out and come back in.
All right. See you in a few.
Yes, sir. Just a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get your panties in a bunch. We'll be rolling on momentarily.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested, I have posted the Zetetic cosmogony video accompanying what was read. I consider it the best video on YouTube, anywhere. The pinnacle.
Thank you.
It's just short of 3 hours.
Thanks.
It's there.
Z, are you back? All right, Z's back in here. Did I hit the right video? Can the rest of you guys see that video that I'm showing?
We see it. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So it might be my computer, but it says watching stream, but it's not actually showing it to me. I'm on a 2008 laptop, so it maybe has some weird limitations, but
Were you on the same?
start.
Were you on the same laptop as you were last week?
Yeah, but the same thing was happening last week where I was hearing the audio, but I didn't have the visual. So I'm not super concerned about it because I know what we're presenting, and I just wanted to actually show images from it. So if you bring it up, I could make my way through it. Yeah, I can make my way through it.
Yeah, you could just give me timestamps. If I got the first timestamp, I'm going to share it with the YouTube audience. I have the timestamp at 28:26. It has the AE map. It has a bunch of compasses on it. It has sunrise 90 east, sunset 270 west, equinox.
Exactly. So if you bring that up, and just pause it. I just want the image of it. I don't need it to play.
Yep.
I just need the crowd to see the image.
They're seeing it.
Yeah, you got it. If you could, yep. So yeah, and I could see it too. And so basically, what this is, and by the way, Jaren's in the chat. So much love, Jaren.
Really?
I hope you enjoyed the globe, my good friend. And Jaren, maybe you'll kind of admit that I was the kind of guy who told you this was going to happen, and you called me a bunch of names. So maybe you'll come clean. Maybe you'll do the right thing and you'll man up. But here we are. So enjoy the globe. Sayonara, brother. And if you want to talk sometime, you know I'm available. And Jernham said, Witsit vape like a chimney. All right, I don't want to get all...
Yeah, don't go there.
Sidetracked with you, Jaren. I don't want to get sidetracked.
Yeah.
Jaren, if you want to come talk to me, come talk to me. Maybe you'll man up. Otherwise, I want to keep smacking you around. All right, so let's go with this this image. So everybody, what this is basically is this is the most, let's say, extreme example of the point that the sun cannot be triangulated. Now we're showing an AE map, but it also cannot be triangulated on a globe. All right. What you see here is, if you see where it says sun overhead, like right above Australia, whatever those islands would be there. So just north of Australia, you see where the sun would be basically observed at noontime. So if you were on that island north of Australia, right at noon, you would see the sun at 90 degrees. All right. Now, notice at the exact same moment where you see sunset and sunrise along the two longitudes that we have there, all right? One that's in the Pacific Ocean and the other one that basically runs through Europe and then through Africa. What you'll find is that as the sun's rising there, you're seeing the sun rise at 90 degrees off of north. Now, they use the word east here. I specifically am not going to use that term on purpose for reasons, but it's at 90-degree azimuth off of north. Then you'll see at the other longitude, which is basically running on the right side, you see the sun setting. And you'll find that the angles are at 270 degrees azimuth from true north, all right? Now, this is an easy debunk of the common model presented by the FE gatekeepers. Again, Jaren, I know you're listening. This was presented to you a long time ago. You still chose to present the model, okay, as the flat earth model, and you then further strawmanned all of us into this model. When you tell the world, Jaren, that the entire flat earth community to this model, You are being deceptive, or knowingly being deceptive, and that makes you a liar. Now, make no mistake about it, everyone. The sun cannot be triangulated on a globe either. This further lends to the point that discussion of models and maps, no matter what Jaron wants to say, are besides the point. Cannot simply claim that it seems that we live on a ball, or it seems like the world is a ball because of a 24-hour sun observation in Antarctica. It is merely an appeal to consensus, merely an appeal to authority. There are no evidences of the globe. It's impossible on its face due to applied physics and practical demonstration. And now, if anybody has any questions about this image or what I just said, please, the floor is open.
Damn, Z's just taking charge, man. You're going to be a VC sooner or later.
Where did you find the image at? Which room?
It's join Quantum Eraser and hit watch stream. I'm at the top, Quantum Eraser Live. I think that's what it says. Let me check. Quantum Eraser, the live button right there. Hit that and then hit watch stream and you should be good to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll leave it up here for a couple minutes.
Now, I've been basically strawmanned into a claim that this is SunCalc, and SunCalc is globe data. No, this is solar data taken from observations of the sun. This is known. It has not been debunked. This is simply an azimuthal measure angle of the sun on the equinox at a particular time. It's plain and simple. Anybody can do this. If you get a bunch of friends together on the particular day, you find this, all right? I wanted to present, which was basically a debunk of the simple, let's call it the AE model with the circling celestials. If you go QE to, in this same video, 29 minutes and 21 seconds.
1 second. I got 29:23. Is that good?
Yeah, that should work.
We got a clock.
Right. So what you can do, if you let this play, but just maybe turn the volume off, and just tell me when you hit play, and then I'll talk.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna hit play now.
All right. Okay, so as you see, this is Weiss's app. This app is showing the circling sun that is apparently goes between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn over the year, meaning to say its southernmost position would be on the December 21st southern solstice, where it was supposed to be directly over the Tropic of Capricorn. But you can observe, if you take, again, solar azimuthal angles, which is solar data, from the southern tip of South America, Punta Arenas, where Mr. Jaron was, you will find that the sun rises to the southeast and sets to the southwest. Therefore, again, proving the illusory optical nature of the sky, and that the AE model presented with the sun between the tropics was debunked a long time ago. This has been validated by numerous flat earthers. I believe Jaron validated it when he was in Punta Arenas. I'm not sure. Maybe he can speak on that. This is seen in Tasmania, New Zealand, and otherwise. I presented this information to Jaron before he went. He called me crazy. He said it was globe data. He smeared me and vilified me to anybody who would listen multiple times on his channels and elsewhere. And these are the facts. This is the data. Again, more evidence showing that the flat earth gatekeepers were presented evidence that contraindicates their simplistic model. 2 years after flat earth popped in 2015, they ignored it. Why? Because it benefited them. They were able to brand flat earth with a model, then through an app, and present Flat Earth Inc. to the world. Then they found one Mr. Jaron Campanella who had the balls to come up, and I put balls in quote, to say that this was a mutually exclusive observation that will tip the scales to the globe and give the preponderance of the evidence to the globe, when that in itself is a fallacious argument. There is no preponderance of the evidence to the globe because there is no evidence of the globe. It's merely through logical fallacy that one could appeal to the globe through consensus and an appeal to authority, nothing more, nothing less.
Well, I guess that's it for that. That was easy.
And
Any questions? Go ahead.
Just a heads up, I'm pretty sure the Jeranism that he thought was in chat was a troll, just had the name Jeranism.
Okay. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I should know better than to fall for that.
That's fine.
You know. But either way, you know, the point remains, you know, it's so based off the three things I presented today, this idea that the Zetetics of 120 years ago acknowledged the 24-hour sun, all right, and basically made the same arguments that we're all presenting. This idea that observations of the celestial bodies showed that any simplistic model, whether it's a globe, quote unquote, model or some flat earth model, simply don't hold up. All we have is applied physics and demonstrated reality to show us what this world is. Everything else is fallacious, no matter what anybody tells you, whoever they are, however they've been in this movement. And that's basically my argument. And again, I know you're going to review my video with Witsit and Nachiketa, and I'll be here to answer any questions as we go along. I don't want to monopolize the show. I want to thank QE for giving me the floor for this. Anybody can find me at my channel, Zetetic Warrior. I go live consistently. I do open panels. You can come up, you can talk to me, all right? We can hash this out. And like I said, if anybody has any questions, I'll be here for the remainder of the stream.
Outstanding. Yep, you're welcome anytime, by the way, Z. You can come here anytime. Got it?
Appreciate it.
Yep. Outstanding. Okay, let's roll on that.
Until you mess up.
He ain't going to mess up. He's fine. I'd like to talk about the models. He said maps aren't models, and models aren't maps, people. Number one. Number two, there is no globe model. And there never was. They don't know what a scientific model is. They would have to claim it's a scientific model. There are no scientific models of a globetard. Never have been. And by the way, there are no flat earth models either. Okay? So get the model thing out of your vernacular because you don't know what you're talking about. And as soon as I hear model, you better gird your loins if you haven't got the hint over the past 8 years that I've been saying it. My God. All right, let's get rid of that one. Let's get back on track. Give me a moment. Let me keep that one here just in case somebody has a question on that. 1 second. I'm going to reshare. Go ahead and rejoin. I would appeal to you to try to keep mic discipline when I'm going through the video. If you find something objectionable, you can go ahead and chime in. Just say stop or pause, and I will do so. Everyone understand that's rhetorical. All right, let's give it 5 seconds to check volume. I'm going to check volume on YouTube and in Discord. 5 seconds starts now.
So with Jaron, for example, like for one, when he says we're business partners, because we both host the summit.
Good. In Discord.
We're good, sir. We are good. Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Supermodel. That's it.
No, it's supermolid. That's what, that was the beginnings of this, by the way. Supermolid. Don't worry about it, Z. It's an inside joke.
Yeah, you had to be there.
Yeah, you had to be there. Let me head on back out to where's Stephen Davies. He usually gives me the thumbs up. There, he's right there. You're like clockwork, Stephen. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Okay, let's head back, and we're going to roll. let me orient you again. If you weren't here in BALLBUSTERS, this is Zetetic Warrior, Nachiketa, and Nachiketa's not here. Just he's here, but he's in the background, and Witsit. And Z is going over some hostage negotiations and is doing quite well, and showing Witsit for exactly what and who he is. So we're continuing on. This happened 3 days ago, and we're going to roll. Here we go.
So with Jaron, for example, like for one, when he says we're business partners, because we both host the summit together. We have a virtual summit where we bring on other truther speakers.
Yes, I brought this up many times. The Mount Meru Summit, which is a scam, along with Witsit, David Weiss, and Jaron. If you've watched QE Live or BALLBUSTERS, you see me pull that up. I'm not going to do it again.
Speakers or whatever, right? And we pay for these platforms up front. We pay the speakers, and then like up front, right? And then there's a little bit of money that's made off of that when everything gets paid out. Okay, so we do that together. So we're quote unquote business partners.
Quote unquote business partners. Is there a difference between business partners and quote unquote business partners? I want to know what that difference is. Thanks.
We have a summit together. Okay. When it comes to like disavowing him or distancing from him or anything like that, like I know Jaron in real life. Like I know Jaron very well. I've talked to him for hours and hours and hours, multiple nights. I know personal details about his life and vice versa. And like Jaron is just a real person. So like people may disagree with how he's gone about flat earth or how he's reactionary and will say things kind of antagonistically or whatever it is. But I know him in real life. And when I'm super, this means a lot to me.
Hold on. I don't want to cut you off as I'm cutting you off, but you're a logical man. I don't have to explain to you.
Objection, Your Honor. He doesn't know what logic is. He's demonstrated that on many occasions, but I digress. To
you, logic. Is it possible that your emotional connection to your friend Jaron is clouding your logic in this matter? Because what you're saying to me regarding the truth or the falsehood of this matter is not logical. It's emotional. Your connection to Jaron, he's a real person. It seems to be straw manning an idea and then making an emotional appeal regarding Jaron, because separate from your association with him and your possible friendship, Jaron has consistently shown himself to be dishonest and deceptive. Now, either you see it or you don't, I don't know. But the reality is these are facts, okay? Jaron made a very specific claim before this so-called final experiment. His claim was that a 24-hour Antarctic astral sun would make the flat earth impossible and lend the greater argument to the globe. That's the issue with me that I and others like me took towards Jaron, okay, is his positive statement regarding this. Jaron then played the victim. He besmirched my name consistently, okay? He smeared me in so many ways and otherwise, okay, based on my disagreement on this topic. I was proven to be correct. Jaron obviously painted himself into a corner that there's no way out of. That's why he has to disavow the flat earth, gaslight everybody on the way out, and play the victim because of his positive statement. That's the issue. The issue is the 24-hour Antarctic sun, Jaron's statements on it, and his deceptive statements. Number one, he has strawmanned every flat earther into the circling sun over the AE map model, which I think was debunked years ago, okay? Plain and simple. It doesn't...
Not think, it was debunked, plain and simple.
It mean the map's debunked, okay? It certainly doesn't mean the flat earth's debunked. It means that simplistic, reified, begging the question, unevidenced model is debunked. Now, Jaron has consistently misrepresented the position there. When shown evidence of the apparent sun, not only by myself, but by you and others like Shane St. Pierre and on and on and on, he has disregarded this evidence in favor of this model when the sun is obviously apparent. I do not think Jaron is as unintelligent as not to know this. Therefore...
Objection, Your Honor. Rocks cause waterfalls. That's all I got to say.
My only conclusion is that he's being deceptive on that topic. Okay? So he's misrepresenting flat Earth in terms of the model. He's gaslighting everybody in terms of what he's said in his statement regarding the implications of the observation, and on and on and on. Regardless of any personal connection, these are the facts. He has now called flat Earth a dangerous cult, regardless of his experience from certain members of the community. All right. To call flat Earth a dangerous cult right now, knowing his national prominence in multiple media sources. Okay. We can see now where this is going to go, the headlines and the spin. So for any of us to question Jaron and for you to continually place Jaron in the victim narrative, I have to call out and certainly point out to you. And again, it's possible that your emotional connection is clouding your judgment.
Okay, I'd just like to say if I had any hostages, I would already gave them all up, and even my co-conspirators, I would have just gave up. I would have surrendered. Just so everyone knows. That's it.
I'm willing to give you that latitude, but I'm not willing to give Jaron the latitude and let him off the hook at this point. That is something I won't do. Floor's yours.
Yeah, so I was gonna go address that. So for one, I coined the phrase falsification is independent of replacement.
What does that have to do with what he just said, number one? Number two, you also said that idiotic statement, and in the very next breath said you were an alternative cosmologist, contradicting your previous statement that falsification is independent of replacement. That's number two. Number three, your dielectric incoherent acceleration replacing gravity. What about that? Aren't you trying to replace something, i.e. gravity, with your nonsensical nincompoop horseshit, thereby contradicting your mantra again? It's just all of it is. It's a carnival tent clown show of doublespeak contradictions. And this contradiction right here didn't have anything to do with what G just said.
Right. And the reason that I coined that phrase early on in debates was because people were always asking for a replacement model.
A replacement model? A replacement model for what? There was no model to replace to begin with. Globetard model. They still don't have one. I'd like to see it. If somebody's got one, can I see it? Thanks.
And to me, that's not what I got into flat Earth. I found out that the model they told us isn't true.
That the model that they told us isn't true. What? Huh? What are you talking about?
I falsified it. And I
You falsified the model that doesn't exist. Outstanding.
believe the proper way to go about flat Earth is to just acknowledge things as you can verify them and just go from there. And it's like it requires humility, accepting that.
Doesn't require you. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with what Z just put to you? Absolutely nothing. Huh? What? This is just nonsensical drivel.
We don't fully understand everything, especially.
We don't fully understand everything. I love the specificity. Wasn't that another thing you coined? Specificity in argumentation? My God.
With the sky, right? In the heavens. So I've never claimed that model. I've always said.
Never claimed what model? What model are you talking about?
I don't claim a model. Every time I'm asked, I'm like, I don't claim a model. We don't have a model. What are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. Now, I have been.
Blah, blah, blah. One of the prongs in his 6-prong crown, right? It's da-da-da or blah, 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 blah. Hit another one.
Been in situations where I defend that AE map. It's because people are claiming to have debunked it with faulty reasoning. And
what do you mean debunked it with faulty reasoning? He just went over how he debunked it. And it was debunked in 2016. What kind of faulty reasoning? Do you have any support for that claim? No.
And I show that claim.
Oh, and by the way, we're still not dealing with anything that Z's just put to him about Jaron, just in case you forgot.
Claim debunk of it isn't correct.
So the debunk of it isn't correct. So this is a hand wave dismissal, baseless assertion fallacy.
My understanding with, say, because like, for example, something as simple as when you get past the equator, the sun starts setting in the wrong direction.
What do you mean in the wrong direction? The sun, moon, and all the stars, save for Polaris, move from east to west. Period. End of story.
Right. So,
right.
I mean, from my understanding, Jaren, I showed him that if you actually look at dome optics, technically it could do that.
What the hell are dome optics? What does that mean? Anyone? Anyone know what dome optics is? That's not rhetorical.
When you see things in a dome, that would be it. Go on with it.
Anybody else? Dome optics. That's what I thought. We'll continue.
Just the apparent position, the apparent like displacement of the sun could do that. From my understanding, Jaren started making that point, right? And Jaren reached out to me in private a while back, and he was like, a bunch of people are claiming, maybe a couple years ago, that the AE map is debunked and stuff. And like, what's your take?
2016 it was. What's his take? He's seen it in 2016 and 2017, according to Z.
Take on it. I'll just tell you from my perspective from the inside, Jaren, there's not some master plan here of him being deceptive. It's like,
he's a moron. At the very best, he's a moron. At the worst, he's a liar.
He thought it was legit, okay?
How can he think it was legit when he was part of the group that debunked it? What the hell are you talking about? Do you think that people weren't here back then? I was here. Like I said, I wasn't engaged directly into that conversation, but I was well aware of it. Everyone knew it. What are you trying to rewrite history? What are you saying? He's pulling his incoherent Joseph Goebbels, trying to rewrite recorded history. That's what he's doing. He does this all the time. Numpty dipshit. Do you think you're cloaked? Do you think we can't see you? You do. You're delusional.
He thought that every...
Austin, on that, is it fair to say that you really don't know what Jaren's mindset is? What his motives
yeah,
are?
of course. I could never fully know. He could be deceiving me, but it would be...
It could. He is. If he says he doesn't... If he still clings to the AE map, that's not a model, by the way, that he was part of the group that debunked it, then he's clearly deceiving you. Duh.
The most immaculate deception. I've talked to the man for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
Hours. Can you say that faster? Hours and hours and hours and hours.
Hours behind the scene. Like that would be super like narcissistic of me to act like I know for a fact he couldn't deceive me. I'm just saying like I don't think that.
It's not a mystery. Just listen to the words that he says. And previous history. You can easily put it together. There, Mr. Light Attenuation, when the light's already there. Clown.
And nothing you're saying has convinced me of...
Nothing you said, Z, has convinced him that Jaren is a Muppet. Lying Muppet. With a little... Nothing you said, Z, has convinced him. Really? Yeah, because you're a moron. We all know this.
Otherwise, now I see your point.
So, none of the things that Z said has convinced you, but you see his point? Oh, my God. Really? That makes perfect sense. That's a contradiction.
Okay. I have said I wasn't sure or I even didn't think there was a 24-hour sun.
Who cares what you thought? That's not what he said. He's talking about your relationship, your business partner, quote, unquote, relationship with Hanoi Jaren. Not this top that you're on. This is just incoherent diversion. You're not paying attention to his question or to his request or claims.
And the reason was because the quote-unquote evidence for it was just super shoddy.
Here we go with quote. What's the difference between quote-unquote evidence and evidence? Evidence of what is shoddy?
You know, and like in retrospect, I know why. It's very difficult to go there. And who knows, maybe it could be more conspiratorial and they try to set us up or whatever. But I always...
What?
I said, I'm not saying there isn't one. It wouldn't prove...
I'm not saying that there isn't one what?
The Earth's a globe or something, but I don't think there is one. Like, I just think the evidence...
You don't think there is one what?
Evidence is pretty lacking. There should be, you know...
Evidence is lacking for what? What the hell are you talking about? Look at Z, are your eyes glazing over?
National Geographic would have already documented it. They put cameras in deserts to film freaking lizards for a month or whatever.
Oh, brother. I don't know. What about Aunt Jenny's late summer tomato haul in Tupelo, Mississippi? You haven't brought that one up.
So I thought it was weird. But I've always said I don't claim that model. I've been very particular about that.
Always said I don't claim what model? What are you talking about?
Since the beginning, and no one can say anything other than that.
Why would anyone say anything other than we have no idea with what you speak of? That's why no one's saying anything. They're sitting back asking how much glue you're sniffing.
So Jaron and I have disagreed on this for a while. The reason
disagreed on what? And how can you disagree on an objective or so-called objective topic? That makes no sense.
I'm not saying I'm not going to turn on Jaron is because he's been loyal to me in terms of like real life stuff. He's had my back, and I believe.
Now we're back on topic.
Believe that's very important, especially when they're being attacked, right? So like when people are kicking someone when they're down or whatever, and like you can say he deserves to be attacked or whatever. That's not the point. The point is that I just would never like turn my back on someone that I consider a friend when they're being attacked. I reach out to them in private. I reach out to Jaron in private. I talk to Jaron all the time. I've reached out to many people that have been slandering me about this, right? Claiming I lied. I'm just
no, and that's not what he's asking you about. Stay on topic. Focus. Get the Adderall drip out. You were there for like 25 seconds. Now you're starting to drift away.
Deceptive and the actor, all this stuff in private, and I've tried to say, look, bro, that's not true. Da 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 da.
There's the da 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 da. We already had the blah, 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 blah.
I think that's just an integrity, in my opinion, and that's something that I think is...
What's integrity, in your opinion? I want to know how you define integrity. Because I haven't heard integrity from you since the beginning. At all.
It's very important. So that's to address the question as to why I haven't, quote-unquote, distanced myself from him.
Is... quote unquote distance yourself from him different than just distancing yourself from him?
Like, yeah, we strongly disagree on this. Like,
again, you're strongly disagreeing on an alleged objective topic, which is moronic.
We talked about it in person on the trip. Like, we don't agree at all. Like,
again, another each instance is a logical train wreck.
Like, I knew that there may be a 24-hour sun when
you knew that there may be a 24-hour sun. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Say that to yourself 5 times. And tell me if that makes sense to you. Oh, boy.
When I was on the plane going there, I'm like, there obviously is one, right? Like, just on the plane there, I knew we wouldn't be going there if there wasn't one, right? Like, doesn't make any sense. And I knew, like...
So that's based on intuition. That's not all that bad. At least maybe you have that in retrospect because this is after the fact.
I don't know. I've looked at bipolar models for a long time.
Bipolar models. Oh, boy.
This is getting kind of good.
I have held my tongue.
Lithium? That's just wrong on so many different levels, guys. Bipolar models, yeah.
Did somebody say they need lithium?
Yeah, they definitely need some lithium.
Well, every time he refers to Jaronism, he's like, they. Did Jaronism become a they?
Oh, did he? I didn't catch that.
It was earlier. I've been holding my tongue. Like when you said, do you think you're cloaked? Do you think we can't see you? Is he like John Cena, the communist sympathizer?
Yeah, I didn't catch that one, but good catch on you. All right, yeah. I like the lithium comment. That was outstanding. Unbelievable.
I've looked at kind of the idea of dome optics for a long time.
Here we go again with dome optics. He said he's looked at it for a long time.
When I was laughing.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I'm interested in it. I never thought that model was correct.
You're interested in it, and you never said that model was correct. What are you talking about? What model that doesn't exist?
Can we expand on that one?
Good. I don't know what you're going to expand on. There's nothing there. It's incoherent drivel.
Is the dome model, is the sun and moon inside or out?
I don't think he's calling. I don't think he didn't say dome model. He said dome optics, and then went on to some model that he doesn't and does. I don't know. Let's see if we can get some more
The
here.
optics are too high.
Yeah.
Why would we think that the model that was served up to us on a silver platter?
What model was served up to us on a silver platter? What was that? I never had a model served up to me. I've been out here since May 15th, 2016, and never had a model served up to me. Why? Because I know what models are. And there's never been a model, globe or flat, in the absent friggin' vicinity of this topic. Not a scientific model, and that's the genre that we're in. Never, not once. So I don't have a clue what he's talking about. Served up to me models. Is he delusional? You're just making shit up, dude.
I'll give you 2 guesses, but you only need 1.
What?
Yes, he's delusional.
Ah, I knew it.
That was correct. And there are obvious problems with it once you get past the equation.
Problem with what? The model that was served up to us. Which one was that?
Okay, so I've been very open.
Who served it up also? Is he talking?
That would be David Weiss.
Is he
who served the model.
Is he talking about the azimuthal equidistant globe projection? Is that he thinks that's a model? That's what he's talking about, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what he thinks it is. He's waiting for the waiter to serve it up to him.
Wow, dude. There's so many contradictions. He didn't even get back to the topic yet.
About all of that. So, like, I think I addressed most of your concerns. Maybe you can reiterate some of them.
No, you haven't addressed most of those concerns. You addressed like 25 seconds of his quite lengthy and comprehensive point to you about Jaren. You said you can't turn your back on Jaren because you're friends with him. That's about all you said. He said it that maybe that your friendship is clouding your judgment. Yeah. So in that vein.
Just to repeat, like
what? What did you just say?
That. So, like, I think I addressed most of your concerns. Maybe you can reiterate some of them. Just to repeat, like.
Man, you see how his mouth is moving faster than a caper-sized piece of horseshit he's got in between his ears, like 10,000 miles an hour faster.
Can you repeat that because he didn't say nothing.
Yeah, let's try it again. Let's try to get what he said. Should I slow it down?
It goes on for hours with the Globers where there's nothing said.
I want to get this particular thing. Let's see if I can catch it.
And there are obvious problems with it once you get past the equator. Okay, so I've been very open about all of that. So, like, I think I addressed most of your concerns. Maybe
I think I've addressed most of your concerns. And what?
You can reiterate some of them.
Maybe he can reiterate some of them.
Just to repeat, like.
Just to repeat. That made no sense. You just contradicted yourself again. Unbelievable. So just repeat all the horse shit you just gave us. Unbelievable.
About the only thing that can top this off, QE, is if Z had recorded it, and then he goes, oh, look, I recorded it, and then plays the whole lot back to him.
Yeah. Z, you have the patience of Job here. Dude.
Hey, QE, has he ever made a point since you've been talking to Austin at all, ever?
I haven't heard one.
Me neither.
Now, there was a slight point where he said that he's friends with Jaren and he would never turn his back on him. Okay, that's a point. I can understand that. He doesn't understand who Witsit is representing that puts him in a compromising position. Just like Z said, you're compromised because of your relationship with Hanoi Jaren and your status or stature in the flat earth. That's it. It's too easy.
I'm not going to turn my back on Jaren. Like,
yep, there we go. Okay, you're going down then.
And people can get triggered about this. Like, Jaren could
not getting triggered about anything. You're just
only
a moron.
Turn your back on the lies. Only turn your back on lies. Don't turn your back on people. Just the lies that they're telling.
QE, you ever start talking nonsense? I'm telling you now, I'm turning my back on you.
Shut up, Neil.
Super chat.
Super J Super Mullet.
He leans into it now.
Does he?
Say it.
Say
it. Sasha put that on 0.5 times speed. I still didn't get it.
Yeah. Too funny.
That ain't gonna help, Sasha. Sorry to tell you.
Thanks,
There's
Sasha.
a point to why I'm saying that. This guy's ridiculous. If somebody's wrong, you turn your back on them.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. That's correct.
No.
If somebody's, how many times have you been wrong, Neil? Did I turn my back on you?
I've never been wrong, just like you never been wrong.
Shit, you speak for yourself.
Actually come out tomorrow and full blown say, you know what? I had a revelation. Actually, the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, he's already done that. According to Z, he did it earlier today.
And I wouldn't just like attack him publicly. I wouldn't start.
You better start distancing from him. I'll tell you that much. Or you're going to go down with him. In the eyes of the community. Go ahead.
That's what I mean. Maybe not turn your back, but you got to get a separation there. And it's got to be addressed.
He's addressing it. It's making no sense, though.
That's not.
So here's the thing here's the thing. What you're presenting is basically a false binary with this Jern thing. There's many options between turning your back and attacking him, okay, and your continued close association with him.
Very well put. That's what mainly you guys were saying. Yep.
There's many options in between that, man. So anyway, look, it's your life, it's your everything. I'm just giving you my opinion. I want to talk about models.
Oh boy.
Why even talk about models?
I want to talk about models. Why even talk about them? You're exactly right. Because they don't exist in this genre. Go ahead.
Very beautifully said.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know. It was the first day, around the first day when I came out here, and ever since that day, I've been train wrecking this model idea. From even on the members on the panel have been Jedi mind tricked over the years. No matter what I do, no matter how strong my antidote is, you're going to hear panel members, our panel members on FED, say model.
Speak for yourself.
Models. They're the model. They even give the Globetards their model. According to your Globetard model. What? Super Globetard model.
Himsake sent. That's what Z said. Like is it like that's what she said?
Yeah, I got it. Nice one, Himsake. Nicely done, sir. Yeah, this model is it's a train wreck of a disaster.
When you say,
go ahead.
When you say people on the panel, are you specifically talking about Nathan Oakley?
Exactly. Thank you. Say his name. Don't be afraid.
We're all getting that punishment.
Is that a rhetorical question, or you want me to answer?
It's up to you.
Yeah, I thought it's not rhetorical, so I'll answer. It's every single one of you.
Show me one time where you heard me
I can
say
show
model.
you many times where every single member of this panel has appealed to model. That's you. Yeah, I can find it. That's you.
You better go dig it out, buddy.
I'll dig it out.
You're going to accuse me.
I'll dig it out.
Neil, it's anything but, just point out who really does it, which is Nathan.
I held Matthew Burns to a model, and I got reprimanded for that.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to accept your challenge. Please find where I have said that.
Maybe not you. But a large percentage, you guys know it because I stopped. How many times have I stopped Nathan doing it?
All the time, because he's always doing it.
How about Adam?
Blaming all of it. Adam does it too, but Adam can get away with it because he can make an educated argument.
No, he can't. I train wrecked him before with it. How about you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I used the word paradigm.
No, you used model, and then I challenged you, and then you changed it up and said, well, we should say paradigm from now on.
I've been using the word paradigm for several years.
That's a load of bollocks, and you know it.
It's not.
Yes, it
I'm trying to get
is.
all of ye to use it. It's me trying to show ye you should be using the word.
Yeah,
Bible.
right.
But what can I do?
All right, let's continue.
I
Let me ask
normally
you,
don't.
you know, here's the thing, man. In my book, the heavens are for the gods. Okay, God, whatever God you want to ascribe.
One God. Only can be one creator, Z. We can get into that topic.
To, that's fine. Most scriptures say that. The optics of the sky appear to be illusory, to say the least. All right. Now, I know we can theorize, conjecture, and otherwise regarding the heavens.
No theories. No scientific theories are coming out of this. They conjecture. That's all anyone's got. Abject speculation, conjecture. That's it.
But when it comes to models, okay,
that don't exist,
okay, they can't be substantiated. We're
they don't exist.
Talking about optical
Pause.
sky.
What? Pause.
I'm gonna really, I've got to do this. Okay.
Go ahead.
I just looked up the word paradigm, and guess what it? Okay, noun, a typical example or pattern of something, a model.
That's low down and dirty.
That is, and I
That's
love
why
that.
you call it a religion. That's what I call it.
I love that about her. So, Brian, you still rolling with paradigm?
Absolutely. Never not going to roll with it. Absolutely. I'm digging my heels in even further on it.
Doubling down.
Nicely done, Flatsy. Thank you.
It can't be measured. Okay, you can't touch it. You can't prove any evidence regarding it. It's illusory, to say the least. Don't we get in trouble when we talk about models? Isn't this why we got here?
Yes. Exactamundo. Yep, that's why we got here. The trouble that we're in right now is because of models that don't exist. Exactly. You got it. Good job, Z.
Because a discussion about a model became supposed de facto reality.
Exactly. It is a textbook at the very best. Reification fallacy. At the best.
Became a straw man that all flat earthers apparently adhere to.
No.
The globe model only exists.
No, it doesn't exist, Z. There's no globe model, man. Unless you can show it to me. Make sure when you message me, you need to show me the globe model. I want to see it. All right? Thanks.
Because of consensus and appeal to authority. It has no substance. It's impossible from the jump. This idea of a preponderance of evidence is false reasoning.
Yeah, that preponderance of evidence ever since the beginning with globe dumpsters, that's knuckle boneheadery, skullduggery. It's nonsense.
Because there is no evidence, okay? So to give it any credence at all is completely fallacious. So
yeah, it's reification. Yeah.
This idea of
and he agreed. That's what he just said. So you agree with an objective topic. Thanks.
Models, to me, is where we got in trouble in the first place.
That is the second time.
Okay. All right. Look, that being said, let's get into the claims of fakery. You talked about VapeGate. You gave your explanation. I'm not going to hit you over the head with it. I said,
how many gates are there now? Does anyone know?
17.
Is there 17? Really? Did somebody count them?
That's what Chocolate said, and I take his word for it.
Yeah, Chocolate's usually good with that. He might have made that up. You better check with him.
What I had to say, you said,
go ahead. Sorry.
I thought that Chocolate said 14, but I could be wrong.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But I don't know. It could still just be an exaggerated number.
Yeah, there's some cracks in the story already.
What you had to say. Let's talk about the claims that are being made, because we can, that's something we could bite into. People are making positive statements and they're claiming things about this trip.
Can I quickly share? Can I share an image? Can I share an image of my passport?
What? What?
Why don't you show him a picture?
My goodness, who cares?
Can I show you a picture of my bathroom?
I bet it's immaculate because you're always cleaning the bathroom because it's always more appealing to you than talking to,
I thought he said passport. Passport.
He did say passport. He wants to prove he went. That's all he's
What
worried
does
about.
that have to do with what Z said?
Nothing at all. He hasn't answered any of these questions from get-go.
My
so
God.
he's not going to answer any now.
Let's see.
No.
We can, that's something we could bite into. People are making positive statements and they're claiming things about this trip.
Can I quickly share? Can I share an image? Can I share an image of my passport?
It catches Z off guard. You see? What?
Because it's a total non sequitur. Red herring.
I believe you, man. I mean, you could.
Well, there's someone in the chat's asking for it. It's up to you.
Don't worry about the chat. What are you? Oh my God. Pay attention, little scour boy. Pay attention to the interviewer. Him. Z. Not the chat. My God.
I've never shown it.
Look, I'm not worried about it, dude. I'm not, because I don't believe whatever they're saying. So you don't have to convince me. I'd rather just have the conversation with you. Now, listen.
Yeah.
The claims are being made about this trip. I heard everything from you guys were in a studio to you filmed it before you went, and then you went, and then you never went. I've heard everything in between. But the basic claim is this was faked. This was a complete hoax, okay? And an utter farce, a stage act, a theatrical performance. Give your side of it. The floor is yours. Take as long as you want with it, okay? I want to hear what you have to say about it. Knowing again that for me, I believe that these arguments actually detract the most from the flat earth community and will set us back years, if not a decade, because anybody can go to Antarctica who has 30K. It's not $1 billion, okay? Contrary to what people say, not everybody in the FE community is poor. Anybody can go there if they want to, as you obviously know. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So I agree in many ways, and I strongly disagree with the idea, though, at the end that it's going to set us back, and this is why I'll explain it. So, for one, like, if I hadn't have gone, I felt like someone else would have gone, right? So, who's going to go? Because I know that if I go on any shows or whatever, like, I can debate and defend the flat Earth pretty well.
Huh?
Hold a second.
Yeah, I paused there because that's a load of horse puckery.
He's like
What's the
caught up in
evidence?
so many. He's caught up in so many things that he's having to like scramble for PR. He's like him going was literally not good.
Exactly. Give me the evidence of him having a good debate. I want to see one.
You won't see one because he's never been involved in a debate.
That was verbal diarrhea at its worst. Verbal diarrhea.
Yeah, he's never been involved in a debate. He's been Jedi mind tricked into thinking he's been in a debate on Modern Day Debates, which is not a debating platform, you moron. And how you perform against T-Jump is a belly laughing friggin' tearjerker. You clown. You don't know the flat earth proofs. You have no idea. You're a grifter. what you got?
Right. So
sorry, Brian. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, Brian. You had something to say?
Yeah, this nonsense about if I hadn't gone, someone else would have gone. No, him and Jaron, out of all the people that were asked to have big subscriber bases, only him and Jaron went. Now, if him and Jaron didn't go and two other flat earthers went, they would have been people with very small subscriber bases, and they wouldn't have had the same impact. For, let's say, from a PR point of view, from a headline point of view, the same impact wouldn't be there. So the fact that the two of them went, along with this heap of nonsense, absolutely only hurts the whole movement, or whatever you want to call it. You know, so that's a lot of rubbish. He's not helping anyone other than himself. He went because he wanted. The only thing I could come up with is that he went because he wanted the publicity for himself, because everything is about him. That's why he went. He didn't help me out or anyone else. He certainly doesn't represent me. I know he doesn't represent ye. But as I said, if him and Jaron didn't go, who would have gone? That has a big subscriber base. No one. Everyone else was asked Mark Sargent, everybody, and they all said no. The only people that said yes was him and Jaron. So who else would they have had? People with the subscriber base of my size? People don't know me, and people who have my subscriber base. So who would have cared? So that's a lot of rubbish.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's putting himself up as an authority. Hang on. He's putting himself up as some kind of authority, him and Jeremy, but they're not the authority. That's the problem here.
Yep.
Can I
know the. Oh, go ahead.
Yep. Bob would have done the same thing. So they took a page from Bob's book and they just threw it again. It's the same stuff that Globebusters did.
Yeah, that's pure conjecture. So try to keep the conjecture out of it. Got it?
Yeah, gotcha.
The real arguments. And
you don't know the real arguments.
You're right that just the entire premise of it is fallacious, right? Like on its face.
The entire premise of your arguments is fallacious. I agree.
The idea is that they're going to prove the glow with the 24-hour sun, which is affirming the consequent, right?
Yeah, because we told you that.
P, then Q, therefore P. If there's a spinning globe, there's 24-hour sun, 24-hour sun, therefore Earth's a globe. That's stupid.
Can you say that any faster?
Obviously assumes exclusivity. It's a formal logical fallacy.
Yeah, by the way, Austin, on record, I pointed it out to Jaren's face on his show. I said, you are making a classic affirming the consequent logical fallacy. He completely...
I said it first, see? When did you first say it?
Just wait till my next sentence. Wait on. Hold.
No, I'm just messing with you, man.
Ignored me and said I was crazy. So, just for the record, I pointed this out to Jaren. So did Nathan Oakley. Think what you want about him. And
I'm not Nathan Oakley. I'm QE. I said it before Nathan.
I know. I didn't know that. I heard it from Nathan, and I gave Nathan the credit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I will now give you the credit moving forward.
No, you don't. It's Mock's next, man. I'm just messing with you. Here we go.
See, he completely ignored me and said I was crazy. So, just for the record, I pointed this out to Jaren. So did Nathan Oakley. Think what you want about him, and many other people. So this was not unknown to Jaren, but I don't want to detract. I just wanted to place that on record.
So it's affirming the consequent formological fallacy. He said that Jaren knew. He was told by many people, including Z. So what's the problem? Why doesn't and you knew it was. You admitted it. So what's your response?
Yeah, well, I don't have to think what I think about Oakley. He's proven himself to be a liar and has slandered me for years.
So on to the Nathan Oakley is a super scammer. Witsit.
On the level sent, Witsit talks that fast. I'm sure he runs on effertricity.
I got it. Thanks for that on the level. Appreciate it. It was a good one. Let's go back. I don't want to miss this.
People. So this was not unknown to Jaren, but I don't want to detract. I just wanted to place that on record.
Yeah, well, I don't have to think what I think about Oakley.
You don't have to think what you think about Oakley. What? Run that by me again?
I just wanted to place that on record.
Yeah, well, I don't have to think what I think about Oakley.
I don't have to think what I think about it. Are you on some type of medication?
Yes.
What the hell is that?
Can I just point out that he was willing to call Nathan a liar? Now, Nathan's a lot of things, but he's not a liar.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Yeah. He called Nathan a liar and a scammer, which is pure projection because we caught you lying and scamming. So that all this is pure projection. Why did you focus on Nathan Oakley? Did Z Jedi mind trick you into thinking that this question was about Nathan Oakley? Why would you? That's one of his prongs in his 6-prong crown, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just tell you what all of his prongs, because he's a green Manalishi with a 6-prong crown. Here they are. Number 1, mention Nathan Oakley. No matter wherever he's at, whatever he's discussing, Nathan Oakley's name will pop up. Number 2, why does thou interrupt me? Now, since Z is a pretty cool character, there is no interruptions here, so he's not going to appeal to that. But just listen to any other discussions. You'll hear that one. That's another prong in his crown. Number 3, the bet. The 2nd grade playground bet. We never know when it's coming. We just know it's coming. And whatever topic it is, we just don't know. But it's coming. I'll bet you $5,000. You know, the 2nd grade playground bet. Number 4, whenever he's backed into a corner, he'll always straw man. That's number 4 prong. Number 5, we already went over. I combined number 5 into 2. Number 5 is da-da-da-da and blah, blah, blah. That'll show up. And number 6, the amount of watchers and subscribers. That is the Green Manalishi's 6-prong crown, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever you listen to him, older discussions and future ones, listen to the 6 prongs of the crown, and I bet he gets all of them. Go on.
So what you're saying is that we need to make a bingo card.
I suppose.
Yes, you do know that crown is going to grow as you listen.
Does everyone know what a Green Manalishi is?
From Fleetwood
No, sir.
Mac
What are
song.
they?
In the vernacular of the day, that was known as a money-grubbing whore. Here we go.
Please, proving himself
What
to
about
be a
red
liar.
herring?
Say again?
Did I hear you say red herring? Because that's what he used.
Oh, he does.
loves to
Yeah,
use.
he does say that a lot. I might put that with straw man. It's a contender. But for right now, no.
He uses them constantly.
Yeah, but I'm
rather than-
saying what he says, not what he does. Follow?
The beard looks fake, by the way. His beard looks fake.
Oh my goodness!
Did you just create a beard gate?
He created a beard gate on my show.
What about
Stop it.
toxic?
Say again?
What about toxic?
Yeah,
Constantly calling us
that's
toxic.
okay. That's slowly climbing. It hasn't reached prong status yet.
This was not unknown to Jaren, but I don't want to detract. I just wanted to place that on record.
Yeah, well, I don't have to think what I think about Oakley. He's proven himself to be a liar and has slandered me for years, but it's all good.
But it's all good. Somebody that's lied and slandered you for years, and it's all good. Hey, you got any cowbell with that? Can you provide one example of each? I can do it with you. Many examples of each. I can do it right now.
Yeah, I was going to ask does he have any proof for the slander or the lies? That was my question I was going to throw out there. I've never heard Nathan lie or slander him personally.
Yep, me neither. Nice one, douchebag.
So when it comes to this entire thing,
so therefore, because Nathan Oakley has been lying and scamming, and you think what you think, and you thinking of what you think, what does that have to do with your next statement right here?
It's very, very well thought out for me. Okay, so
what's very, very well thought out for you?
Well, I didn't just flippantly go here. So
what does that have to do with your previous statement? Poor transition much? It's just incoherent drivel.
So Jaren breathed life into it.
Breathe life into what? The Green Manalishi? With the 6-prong crown? Yeah, he did, didn't he?
And like I said, I am Jaren's friend in real life.
That's what I told you.
And so he basically said, well, I'm not going to go unless someone else I go that I trust, right? And so he
somebody else that I trust. You English much?
Mentioned to me. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to go unless Duffy's on the same plane as me, because you're not going to like kill me or something or whatever.
Oh boy.
But so I got the email. I said, here are my list.
You see the message that popped up earlier? We tried to tell you about the sun kelk a long time ago or something like that. It's pretty funny.
Stipulations before I'd even consider it. And the reason that I would even consider it is because I actually was not convinced of the evidence. And regardless if I was or not.
Is he answering Z's question or Z's request?
No.
Nope. That's why Z you step back. Oh boy. Man, Austin. You're a dumbass, man. You figure out the difference between nouns and verbs yet?
Not a large percentage of the community was thoroughly convinced there is no 24-hour sun. Right?
Really? Can you show evidence of that? First of all, I want to see the community. Put it in a pie graph. Idiot.
Right? Like to the point right now where they're swearing that we sold our soul to deceive the world and we're in
They're swearing. Who are there?
a studio there could be no 24-hour sun, right? That's extremely detrimental to us for the reason that you just brought up, which is that anyone can just go there. And of course, to a specifically approved location, and see the 24-hour sun. That's
so what?
That's very detrimental to us. That's a hindrance.
What's detrimental to us?
To us. And I thought, okay.
And who is us? I'd really like to know that. I think a lot of my super who's us.
Sasha sent, and the people saying that my English is bad.
Yeah, that's very true, Sasha. Thanks for the super chat.
That's a good one.
Okay, I should be one of the people that a lot of people in the community could at least trust in the sense they know I'm not.
Why should they trust you? Somebody lost it.
Just say that? What the?
Somebody got triggered there. Who was that?
Oh shit! Sorry, QA. I'll just listen to this snake. Oh man.
Okay.
That was a good one, man. That caught me off guard.
One more time.
What? Super trying to eat pineapple during this discussion.
Tony Whitcomb sent, I'm sure Bruce Almighty controls Witsit's voice like Evan, the news anchor.
That nicely done, Tony. Yeah, classic. Where you been? Has Tony been here in past couple shows? I don't remember him being over here. Glad to have you back, Tony. Hope you and your family had a happy holidays. Appreciate it.
I'm not gonna lie about what I see.
What we've already demonstrated you to be a liar. Not with the TF. I'm not talking about with the TFE. I'm talking about long before TFE. I got the receipts using your vernacular.
I can go personally see it for myself, verify it. We can document some stuff, and then we can bring it back.
You're documenting stuff, sees.
And so, from the sense of data, I thought it was beneficial for.
Did Z ask you about data? I didn't hear that.
For us, because even if people like yourself were ahead of it and noticed that it wasn't there, you would have to admit that there was a huge percentage of the community that didn't think that, right?
That didn't think what? What are you talking about?
And Flat Earth was typically represented as the model that we're discussing. That
Flat Earth was typically represented as a model? What? What the hell are you talking about? That didn't make any damn sense. Let's go back and then I'll run it through.
And Flat Earth was typically represented as the model that we're discussing. That's basically been falsified.
It's basically been that didn't make it. Did anyone get anything coherent out of that? Am I missing something?
No.
Jeez.
Actual sun.
Say again.
Q, I remember the time when Witsit was on 24/7 every day, you know. And I remember very, very, very well, because you was also present, that he never, ever, ever claimed any model.
Yeah, because he knows he'd get his ass ripped up by yours truly.
But now there is a model.
Well, it's all Greek to me anyway. All Greek.
Yep. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't think he does either. He's looking up into the sky in dreamland.
As the model that we're discussing, that's basically...
Okay, let me run it through. See if you guys can make any coherent sense. That's you out there in YouTube land and the people on the panel here. I pulled a J.
Admit that there was a huge percentage of the community that didn't think that, right? And Flat Earth was typically represented as the model that we're discussing. That's basically been falsified. This actual sun reified model thing, and with the AE map. And
so it's the AE map that's the flat Earth model, right? Doofus. Maps aren't models. Models are not maps. Do you understand that? No, he doesn't. He's a moron.
They wouldn't be wrong, right? Because if they went and looked into FE, a lot of people claim that. A lot of people...
Really? A lot of people claim what? Where are these nameless, faceless lots of people? But it's irrelevant any damn way.
People say there's no 24-hour sun. So that's such a bad look for us, knowing that there is one.
It's such a bad look. Who's us? That's what I want to know. Isn't that really important? Well, that's the second time he said us. Who's he talking about? True earthers?
True earthers with fake beards.
Oh, God. Yeah, I want to know who us is. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I want to play an Uno reverse card and say straw man.
Yeah.
Certainly now I know, right? I was not convinced. So that I went for that reason. I went for the reason that they would have put someone else.
Superchat.
Super only one to go.
Retro Bill. He said, I think what I think, therefore I am what I am, or whatever, yada, yada, yada.
Yada, 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 da, 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 or blah, 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 blah. Way to go, Retro Bill. Good to have you back, too. Hope you and yours had a fine holiday, sir.
Else there. Imagine if they put someone else there that claimed to be a flat earther.
He used his meat hooks. That claimed to be a flat earther. His meat hooks came out.
On them on this media tour, and they're like, "Well, now I see the light. It's a globe, right?" They would have got.
You mean like Jaren?
You mean like Jaren?
It can't be that.
We gotta decorate him. We gotta decorate him. Get your ass up here, sir. Super decoration.
Roger Ledwell said, just to add to Beardgate, do you know what a merkin is? Watch Jackass 2.
A merkin?
Oh, no.
Somebody knows what it is. I don't. Okay,
yeah, if you don't know, don't look it up.
All right, I can't look it up. I'm doing a review, for crying out loud. All right.
You want me to describe it to you right quick, Huey?
Go ahead.
Oh, it's basically when you take a body hair and you glue it into a wig or a hair, particularly one particular part of your body.
Uh-oh. This is a family show, dude.
Yeah, the southern part of the body.
The southern part of the hair implants.
I looked it up too, and I shouldn't have.
I warned you.
See what happens when you look things up.
Just like Paradigm.
I don't take back looking up Paradigm.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is classic. This deserves a full J. In fact, I might give it a J and a 5-er. Listen closely.
One, certainly now I know, right? I was not convinced. So that I went for that reason. I went for the reason that they would have put someone else there. Imagine if they put someone else there that claimed to be a flat earther, run them on this media tour, and they're like, "Well, now I see the light. It's a globe, right?" They would have got.
You mean like Jaren?
Yes, sir.
No.
Nice
Unbelievable. Outstanding performance. Z, you caught it. In all that bullshit, you cleared away through all the bullshit and then kept right through the heart.
Hey, see, you're hot.
It was a classic uppercut. A classic uppercut.
I heard some background noise and jumped into Discord. Oh, you got it? All right.
Yeah, it was Casey. He muted up as soon as I said something.
Z, outstanding performance,
Sorry
dude.
about that. Sorry.
You're okay. Z, speak up.
Yes, appreciated.
Outstanding performance, dude. Not many mortals can do that. I'm telling you, they can't. They cannot sift through a metric ton of horse shit, pay attention, listen to what the person's saying, and deliver a death blow. That was it for him. I'm speechless. That's something I would do.
Hold on a second.
Super metal.
Tony Whitcomb sent, good job stars weren't viewed in Antarctica. I couldn't handle Stargate.
Yeah, that'd be another gate, that's for sure. Go ahead, Neil. Thanks, Tony. What you want, Neil?
Hold on a second. I mean, I like Z too, but as soon as he said it, everybody opened their mic and said Jaren. It's not hard to freaking miss.
I didn't hear that.
What are you talking about? We all jumped in and said, hello, Jaren. He's just done it.
He's just jealousy. This jealousy. That's what it is.
No, I come on, give him credit, but give it a break.
What do you mean, give it a break? I'm going to decorate him.
Well, somebody's getting very jealous.
Yeah, you.
No, the
I
guy
thought it
from
was outstanding
Scotland.
performance. Shut up.
Okay.
Super jealous, Neil.
Retro Bills sent. I sent the super chat because if I don't do it, someone else would have.
Yeah, I like that idea. That's exactly the attitude I want. And my wife likes it a lot more.
Della's getting very jealous at the moment.
Shut up, Neil.
Well, yeah, Jaren didn't say it was a.
Well, go ahead, you stuttering fool. Well, Jaren said it. Jaren said, let's do that again. Say that one more time. It's a tulapizia.
If they put someone else there that claimed to be a flat earther, run them on this media tour, and they're like, well, now I see the light. It's a globe, right? They would have gotten.
You mean like
blasted.
Jaren?
Well, yeah, Jaren didn't say it was a globe.
No, that's what you just explained is exactly. Come on. What you just explained is exactly what Jaren is. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I see that's your perspective, right? But
no, that isn't his. Did he say perspective? Let's go back.
Yep.
Let me see it.
What you just explained is exactly what Jaren is. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I see that's your perspective, right? But
that's his. It's a super perspective.
Yeah, he said it a bunch of times, but you didn't hear him. He was getting annoyed with me for making him repeat it. Sasha sent, "Guy is bleeding, not breathing, but no white towel."
I am that one.
Thank you, sir. So Z, that's just your perspective, man. I mean, that's just yours, man, dude.
Being behind the scenes, in reality, Jaren went up to the camera on the live stream and he said, "I was wrong. I claimed this model. Sometimes you have to admit when."
There wasn't a model to begin with, and I don't know why he claimed it, because he was part of the group that debunked it in 2016 and 2017, according to Z.
You're wrong. The media took that out, claiming that flat earther went down.
Shocking surprise the media would take that out of context. How would Jaren ever know that they would do that? My God.
Antarctica, proving himself wrong as if he proved the Earth wasn't flat, right? That wasn't really what he said. Now, I didn't give.
Well, he already said he's a glober, according to what Z said as of this morning.
Exactly. He's saying it now. What's the difference?
No,
you
there is
ran a
none.
flat earther out there, and that's what he's saying now.
Yep. Done.
Anything.
Maybe that's just our perspective. Friggin' bozo.
Like they didn't. You'll see my face nowhere. You'll see basically none of my quotes anywhere because I'm like, Earth is still flat, basically, in what I said. So.
You must be a crusader then.
Oh, it is what it is. But Jaren is.
I can't stand that. It is what it is. That's profound.
Said he's not taking any interviews. He's not going anywhere talking about this, and he's gonna point them all to me.
It's too late. The milk has already been spilled.
You don't have to.
and what it is.
What it is, bruh.
And this was an agreement before the trip, so this was like pretty calculated, knowing that like, okay, they're gonna bring me on. Then
who's gonna bring you on?
I'm gonna say the radius has been falsified. Here's how.
The radius has been falsified. Here's how.
That's his good arguments.
And that doesn't actually disprove anything. Doesn't.
What doesn't what? That doesn't actually disprove any. Doesn't it disprove the radius of the Earth? What?
Yes, it does disprove the radius of the Earth if it's false.
Isn't that what he just said? Then he contradicted himself? Let's go back. I know this is tedious, folks, but let me hear that one more time.
For the trip. So this was like pretty calculated, knowing that like, okay, they're going to bring me on. Then I'm going to say the radius has been falsified. Here's how.
Okay, the radius of the globe tart has been falsified. Here's how.
And that doesn't actually disprove anything.
Doesn't it disprove the radius of the Earth? That was nonsense that he just said, folks. It's plain and simple. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me break in. So he's basically making it ends justify the means argument, meaning to say, yeah, we went down there, we look like a bunch of buffoons in front of the world, but I'm going to get on Candace Owens, I'm going to get back on Alex Jones, and then once I'm there, even though we all look like idiots to the world, then I'll present the real arguments.
Yep. The ends justify the means. Exactly. You got it right. Yep. That's who he is. But that last statement was moronic. It made no sense, is what I'm saying.
Doesn't prove the Earth's a globe in any way. So
what?
Again, they could have put someone else in there. I went instead. I thought that I could.
Oh, you sacrificed for all of us. Like I said, you're a crusader.
Trust myself. I thought, honestly, you're
gonna trust yourself. What?
I thought more people trusted me.
Why would they trust you?
Did.
Why would they trust you? If they've been listening to me for the past 4 years, they would have known not to trust you explicitly from all your lies and doublespeak. Over 130 hours on my channel, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah, I loathe this Messiah complex. I'm gonna go fall on my sword for you.
Yeah.
Like I can't stand it.
It's puke worthy.
Especially when, yeah, it is. It's so cringe, and then he'll talk about it like I just said, and it's just disgusting.
Yep.
I think they got that from Duffy. He's got the Messiah complex too, so I think he's handing it out and lies in droves. So
no, he came on Nathan's show crying that he got sick. He used money that he didn't have.
Yeah, he's a crusader.
Yeah, he's a crusader.
Trust myself. I thought more people trusted me.
A beard like that, he's a crusader.
Oh God, Jen.
He's a crusader, not crusader, crusader.
Crusader.
The Earth's a globe in any way. So again, they could have put someone else in there. I went instead. I thought that I could trust myself. I thought more people trusted me than obviously did, but whatever. The next part of it is there was this. So once it started becoming more and more like potentially real, then there was this idea of going on Candace Owens because they had.
That's the key. That's what this was all about. Candace Owens.
That's all he wants.
Yep. That's what you just said it. Yep. Yep. That's where you need to be, right? So you can bone the rest of every other flat earther out there. Maybe not the first time. Maybe you'll hold it back. But it won't be long. Because that ether horse shit and that dielectric acceleration replacing gravity's coming, ain't it? You're going to bone us again. Like we were boned before. Globe dumpsters, unite. He's not going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to reshape. He's going to shapeshift and respawn out the other side. Mark my words. Watch.
Reached out to Candace Owens, and she was interested in going, and she had recently heard about Flat Earth, started researching it. She knew NASA was fake and started with Satanists and all that stuff. So that's huge. Like,
what's huge?
Imagine me being on Candace Owens and
imagine you being on Candace Owens and being caught lying.
I'll try not to.
And double speaking like you usually do at 1,000 miles an hour. That's what we're going to get. Yep. Can't wait. I can't wait till December.
Saying the real flat earth argument, something like that's basically
real flat earth arguments. What are those?
Never been done. So I'm like, okay, everyone will want to talk about it regardless of what happens, especially if there's a 24-hour sun. And this is a way to break through the censorship.
What?
This is the hero's welcome that Patricia Steele was talking about.
Whoa. Just deal with what he just said. This is the way, whatever this is, to break through the censorship. Did somebody explain that to me?
No, because if anything, what he talks about when he does have some sort of stage or platform to talk on, he censors the actual arguments of our position.
Well, that's a
correct.
That's another twist that I wasn't prepared for. Okay, fair enough. What about his point? How did the Crusader break through the censorship? By what? Seeing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Really? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Right, we're in this little bubble in this corner. This is like I call it the Trump effect, right? Because
oh, brother.
It's like, I don't like Trump, but the point is, the analogy is good. It's like, oh, the mainstream can't help but talk about Trump all the time. Even though they talk negatively about him and they bash him or whatever, they get way more clicks, so they can't resist. And then people go watch it and say, did he really call all Mexicans rapists? Then they go and look. He didn't say that. And then it makes him bigger.
Ah, here we go. That's the Z's point. The end justifies the means. There you go. Shining example of it. Good job, Z. Yep.
And so I thought that this would have the same effect on FE. They're going to have to take us out of context, lie about us, and then they go look into it, especially if I'm on these big shows giving the real arguments.
Yeah, what are these real arguments, man?
It could be one of the biggest things for Flat Earth ever.
Yep, the Crusader, the Messiah. There you go.
I'm getting sick right now.
Yeah. Blatzy isn't, though.
Because there's no other way, realistically, that we're going to get past the censorship.
Well, let me ask you.
So we're going to get past the censorship. So
He is the censorship.
Yeah, he is the censorship. Yeah, too funny.
Nice one, Flatsy.
Let's see if Z's gonna have some juice for it.
So that's pretty calculated. You know.
Hold on. Please hold that thought. When you say the real arguments,
yeah,
is it possible?
Oh, he's all over. Z's all over this. Way to go. Yeah. What do you got?
Hold on. Please hold that thought. When you say the real arguments,
yeah,
is it possible that there are those in the community that would disagree that your arguments are the real arguments?
Damn straight.
Yep. Way to go, Z. Yes, exactamundo, man. You're right on this.
Okay. I don't want to get into what they are, but...
Oh, you should get into what they are, but okay, I understand.
Is it possible that the arguments that you give for Flat Earth may not be the same arguments that many of us would give, and some of us may think that they're actually detrimental arguments towards this idea of a level Earth?
Yeah, you got it. All right, Neil. What do you say now? Should we decorate him or not?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yes. What?
Neil's holding back his decorations.
I think that Neil is a bit green.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
No. I'm just, highly skeptical. You can't just love somebody immediately.
I know.
She's dead gorgeous.
Now we're fighting over Z's authenticity. Let me tell you, my gut.
Neil, I love you, Neil. I love you, Neil. So the feeling doesn't have to be mutual, but I wanted to express that.
I'm trying to play you, Neil.
Look, I don't have to know anything about Z. I just listen to the words coming out of his mouth. That's all.
Should we challenge him on his upward rising girth yet, or should we wait?
Whose?
Maybe we could wait. But I'm here for any questions.
Okay.
I think it's even better that Witsit got owned by a Yumi.
You can flip it any way you want, can't you, Flatsy?
I try.
All right, well, we'll get that. Let's stick with this topic. That's very interesting statement you just made, Neil. I got a weathered eye. All right, but to stay on topic, this was outstanding performance right up to this point. He's well aware. He's self-aware. Z, no doubt about it. He's all over this. So, what's your answer to that? Let's go back. Let's do it again. There we go.
Get into what they are, but is it possible that the arguments that you give for Flat Earth may not be the same arguments that many of us would give, and some of us may think that they're actually detrimental arguments towards this idea of a level Earth?
Yeah, specifically.
Yeah, specifically what?
People would say that when I discuss like ether or stuff.
Yeah, what the hell is that, by the way? Ether. Yeah, what is that?
Electricity or whatever. And
electricity or whatever. Can you define electricity for us?
They regularly show an inability to even steelman those positions. But
steelman what positions? There's nothing there. It's vapor. Not even, it's vaporless. They're apparitions. There's nothing to steelman. You freaking clown.
That vapor, using that term is forever going to hold a dark cloud over Witsit's head.
Oh, vapor. I didn't even realize it.
Did he say electricity?
Say again?
What did he say? Something about electricity?
He did. He didn't say electrify or electripa, though.
Should I go start a fire in my backyard and plug in?
Neil will never get away from it. Yeah.
Say electricity.
I'm not going to go back there. It's something I said a long time ago, and Neil's been hanging on it for a while. Well done, Neil.
Whatever. And they regularly show an inability to even still man those positions. But when it comes to...
Oh, I didn't hear electricity. Let me go back. Sorry about that, folks. Let's hear what you said about electricity.
Yeah, specifically, people would say that when I discuss like ether or static electricity or...
Static electricity. You don't discuss static electricity. You discuss electrostatics. Ladies and gentlemen, this idiot of a moron of a dumpster fire doesn't know the difference between static electricity and electrostatics. He has no clue. We're dealing with Mr. Magoo right here, this clown. This is going to get really good. Stay tuned for BALLBUSTERS, most likely on Saturday, and we're going to be going over electrostatics, sponsored by the shape-shifting Mr. Magoo Ether Clown right in front of you. Don't miss it, because it's going to be the pinnacle, the absolute summit of horseshittery and juvenile ignorance on his part. Just wait. You're an idiot, you ass clown.
Or whatever.
Probably the whatever part.
They regularly show an inability to even still man those positions. But when it comes to my actual argument about flat Earth...
Argument? You only have one. How long you been out here?
I really have heard like basically no one say that. I mean, not even...
No one say... Not even who?
Oakley and FED, because my
Oakley
argument
and FED come back up.
I really have heard to even still man those positions. But when it comes to my...
Stop. Oakley and FED, they come back up. Why? Why would you do that? Listen.
Actual argument about flat Earth. I really have heard like basically no one say that. I mean, not even Oakley and FED, because my argument is that there's a claim of a radius, and then we falsified the radius.
That's not yours. That was mine. I did that. What are you talking about?
Stolen valor.
I don't mind if he takes it, but it's not his. And why did Oakley and FED come up in this comment? Interesting.
And this is how the Earth measures flat empirically.
Yeah, you got that from us.
And I have a long list of things that are pretty...
Now you have a long list of things like what?
Pretty much unrebutted to this day.
Because they're moronic.
Of how the Earth measures flats, physical empirical evidence at the Earth.
Physical empirical evidence? What's empirical? You don't know what it is.
Earth is not curving at the rate that they claim. The
Earth's not curving at the rate? Really?
Assumed convexity, right? They need a geometric, physical, actual location of a horizon that doesn't...
Yeah, yeah. Hello?
Exist. We falsified it, and with the falsification...
We didn't do shit.
He came up with this?
What it sounds like.
The radius comes the falsification of the entire model.
Model? What model? He's just making shit up on the fly. Are you answering his question, by the way? I think not.
The difference is I go a little further.
The difference is we need. You need at least two parties. Who are the parties? Go back.
Pause a sec.
Yeah, I'm paused.
Can I just say, it's impossible to steel man a position that's continually changing. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
How do you steel man somebody's position if it's changing from day to day and minute to minute and hour to hour? You can't. It's not possible. So we say no one can even steel man my position. Nobody knows what it is because it keeps changing.
All right, good point.
This comes the falsification of the entire model. The difference is I go a little further. I talk about other topics, and I'm not going to just dismiss them. So
You're not going to dismiss them. What other topics?
We do have a disagreement on how we approach the conversation.
We have a disagreement. Who has a disagreement? On who are we? And what's the conversation?
Whereas maybe someone like FED, they would.
Oh, here we go. Someone like FED. Hey, is FED in here? Where's FED? Let me go check. That son of a bitch in FED, is he in here? Called it a someone. Has anyone seen FED?
Yeah, I am.
Is that you, FED? Speak up or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, that Witsit don't like me, do they?
You're Reg Joe. You're not FED.
Yeah, that's like my AKA name. I got another personality.
That son of
Call
a...
him FED.
Yeah, right.
He's a FED.
Hey, off topic. Says who? Are you in here?
Indeed, I am.
Yeah, sir. It is looking like 80% no-go for Saturday.
No worries.
Just to let you know, I'll get back with you tomorrow or Thursday for confirmation. Okay, sir?
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, everyone. I seen him in here. To provide a little background, the first archery shoot tournament of the year is Saturday. It was looking good in the beginning, but the weather wet the bed. So we're gonna have to postpone that. I'm not going out there and freezing to death. So you're all caught up to date. Thanks, says who. I'll get back with you. Okay, who's that FED someone?
We do have a disagreement on how we approach the conversation. Whereas maybe someone like FED, they would say, we're going to keep it right here no matter.
We're going to keep what right here?
Or what? I don't have to answer.
No matter what. We don't have to answer what?
Answer any other questions. I don't want to.
We don't have to answer any other questions? When did I ever say that? I'm part of FED. I never said that.
Witsit need to keep my name out of his mouth. Why you keep talking about me?
So this is delusional. He's just making shit up. Every single one of baseless assertion fallacy.
Talk about anything else. And I just.
What do you mean don't want to talk about anything else? What are you talking about? Can you provide an example?
I don't agree with that. I think it comes off.
You don't agree with what?
Disingenuous to the audience is.
Disingenuous? Why is it disingenuous? You want to give us an example and then define disingenuous and then like dovetail those two things for us?
Which audience does it come off as being disingenuous to? Because I don't hear people saying to Nathan, you never cover ether, or you never cover dielectric acceleration, or you never cover this thing or that thing. So you're disingenuous. I never hear that.
No, he just pulled it out of his ass. Because FED, that someone is a bad guy.
No, we don't cover it. We just destroy it.
Yeah, you're an ass clown. What's it? You're a liar. Those are, by the way, those are all lies if he can't substantiate each and every one of those claims.
Yeah, I never told him that he couldn't talk about that stuff.
You're a clown. Not you. What's it?
Kind of a deterrent.
Let me ask you, didn't you say your fundamental precept is falsification is independent of replacement?
Oh boy, he's gonna get him.
Who's got him?
He's gonna get that. Get in here. Where's that meritorious service medal at? Booger.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm just messing. Here we go. Nicely done, Z.
Didn't you say your fundamental precept is falsification is independent of replacement?
Yes. Yes. So every time I go to answer.
Somebody interrupt there? Maybe that was me. Sorry.
Are you not violating that precept?
Yeah, he is. He always does.
When you practice what you're stating here.
Yeah, the incoherent dielectric acceleration. Yeah, he's trying to replace gravity with that idiot mind-numbing horse shit. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's that easy. He doesn't realize it because he's too stupid. He doesn't know the difference between nouns and verbs either, so you shouldn't expect much.
If I were to agree to the sentiment that, like, until I offer a viable replacement.
If you were to agree to the sentiment that if you were to offer a viable replacement, yeah. Yeah, you're incoherent dielectric acceleration, you knuckle-dragging, window-licking idiot.
The initial claim remains true, but I never do that.
Yeah, you do. With incoherent dielectric acceleration. That's exactly what you do. We're going to show you doing that with electrostatics on Saturday. But he's delusional. He doesn't know what he does. This is a farce.
In fact, I almost always, and it's annoying.
Almost always?
Because I always have to intro my point. I have to
You have to intro what point? Why are all these just vague generalities coming out of that incoherent blowhole of yours? Meanwhile, Z is taking your guts out. Your entrails are laying on the floor. You don't even realize it. Too stupid.
Preface my point by saying, actually, falsification is independent of.
Yeah, you already said that, and he destroyed it. So why are you going to repeat it? Destroy it again, Z.
Replacement. I don't have to make a claim.
You do. Coherent dielectric acceleration. That's just one.
That's right. He says it's the answer for gravity.
Yep.
She has a downward vector.
Yep.
Like, you made the positive claim. Now, if I was to speculate, this is my position.
If I was to speculate, this is my position. I never heard you say that.
That's making a claim.
Yeah, even though he never said that. Those words have never come out of his mouth while he was around me or that FED guy.
Oh, yeah, he never said that to me.
Yep.
That's what I always say. I say that.
No, you don't always say it. You never say it. You're a liar. That's another lie. How many more you got here?
So much it's annoying. You know what I'm saying?
He says it so much it's annoying. Yeah, sure. And Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather. Absolutely. It's disgusting even listening to him anymore. You're an ass clown.
And so, like, I don't dispute that people either don't really listen to what I say.
Do you don't really dispute that people really don't listen? What? Huh? Incoherent drivel.
Or they have a motive to kind of.
Oh, now you're appealing to other people's motives about your train wreck mantra that you contradict yourself over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, the other people that's not in the room, it was Zetetic Warrior that put his words to him.
Yep.
So it's not something that he didn't say. It's something that he absolutely said, and he's accusing you of violating it when you're trying to replace.
Yep.
Downward
right.
vector.
Yeah.
And we're not even in the room. You're right. Zetetic Warrior bringing it to him.
Yep.
So why are we being brought up?
Yes, sir. This is that. Like I said, this is nonsense. He's a nonsense waffler. Any second grader, do you think you're cloaked? Blatzy, you like that?
Yep. Communist sympathizer John Cena.
Yeah, does he think, I think he thinks he's cloaked. He thinks his motor mouth can get him out of it. It indicts him even further. Wow, dude.
You know, misrepresent what I say, but.
Misrepresent what you say? How so?
I'm very careful with me saying those things.
I'm very careful with me saying those things.
What? He's not even articulate about it. Very careful. Good grief.
Well, yeah.
Good grief.
Specificity much, whatever he like to say.
Let's hear that one more time.
And so, like, I don't dispute that people either don't really listen to what I say or they have a motive to kind of, you know, misrepresent what I say, but I'm very careful with me saying those things.
I'm very careful with me saying those things. Thanks. But a clown.
But yeah, I have a position. I think there's definitely.
You have a position.
Ether. I think that.
You think that there's definitely ether. Who gives a shit what you think? You're a lying moron. Shape-shifting ether clown. We don't care what you think. Demonstrate what's ether. We've been asking that for about. I personally dealing first with that Gleam idiot, then Lemon Bird, back in the day. At least 7 years, I've been asking the same question. What's ether? What is it? No answer. Well, I've got answers like no cookies and sitch, but nothing coherent. Clown.
Probably everything's electrostatic. You know.
Everything is electrostatic, really. Noble gases.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You see, folks, in retrospect, I was the one who confirmed and affirmed his position with electrostatics that he just stumbled upon, probably a little wiki Google headline search, right? And he was over at Gem Panda server back in the day, and he was taking these guys to the woodshed. And I said, and all these guys had idiot arguments, right, coming up against electrostatics, which I had learned in junior high school. Intro to general chemistry. Right? Even when I was, we don't want to get into what I was doing back then. I digress. Let me move on from that. So I decided, I said, I'll help this moron out and take it to the globetards even more. So I gave him some university citations about electrostatics. And he just started cleaning their clocks. Now, in retrospect, those citations that I gave him were a Trojan horse for him, because he has utterly no clue what electrostatics is. He just knows the headline. That's why he said before about static electricity is not electrostatics. He's a clown. Right? But just wait till Saturday on BALLBUSTERS, and it's going to explode. I'm telling you. Tell your family members, tell your friends, make sure they're here for BALLBUSTERS this Saturday on electrostatics.
Huey, I want to say, this is why I say that you created this Witsit.
I did not. I created the Trojan horse.
Oh, okay.
Chewy's responsible for this.
We need. Yeah, I know. I always say that to him.
Yeah, I didn't. I created the Trojan horse.
Yeah,
Dr. Frankenstein didn't create Frankenstein, huh?
Chewy to court.
That's all right. I don't mind. I could defend myself with honor. So I did create the Trojan horse. Now, I didn't do it purposely. It's all in God's plan.
No, I mean,
yeah, that's a good point.
Yes, I didn't do it purposely back then. I didn't know. Right? I just wanted him to wield it against the idiot globetards, but he doesn't understand it. Just the headline, superficial level, like for Micah Deep, and it's going to be his undoing.
Well, you're kind of what you would consider a simple man. You like things to be simple. You don't want to act like you got something to laud over people with information. If they are, receptive to it, you're willing to give it.
Yep.
But also in simple terms so they can understand it. So that's one thing that I do. Oh my God, I don't want to say it.
You do
admire about you.
Admire, yeah. But then you had me friggin' about. You had the pitchfork out earlier.
Yeah. Spell it, Flatsy. Spell it, Flatsy.
Prick.
Correct.
Too funny. All right, fair enough.
It's just a fact, and like it does have an effect on things. Everything's
what has an effect on things?
Electric, and they've hidden.
Everything is electric now. Really? What about rubber? Is that electric? You're a clown, dude.
These things. I think these things are important. I don't think
these guys over at Globe Dumpsters, they don't know what electricity is, electrostatics, magnetism, electromagnetism, electripa. They're absolutely clueless. Like I've been saying for years and been showing for years. Just wait till Saturday.
Here's the thing, Austin. Some would argue that those statements are unsubstantiated.
Yeah, directly me. Not only unsubstantiated, he pulled them out of his ass, and he's a total. He's just a pretender clown. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's the epitome. He pulled him out of the
Trojan horse. He pulled him out of that.
Yeah, he's gonna. It'll be his undoing.
Non-demonstrable, etc.
I mean, the electrostatic one is extremely substantiated, right?
Really, noble gases.
Because of QE.
And he fails to mention this. You know how much he talks about this stuff. He fails to mention that the QE is the one who even introduced him to the topic.
He does every now and again. Yep, he does every now. He does every now and again. He did it with Brian. I know that. Is Brian still here? Or is he running a potato marathon? He's probably trying to get down the steps because he got his mic on mute. He'll come here in about 15 seconds. Watch.
Or his hands are wet. One or the other.
Yeah, or he's giving the cat a bath. He's busted. He won't do it. Here we go.
I mean, like that. Everything is electrostatic. You
noble gases. You're a moron.
Now, when people straw man what I say about that,
we don't straw. There we go. Another prong in the 6 prongs.
There it goes.
Yeah.
That claiming that it's like a replacement for their version of gravity.
No, it's the incoherent dielectric acceleration brought on by electrostatics, which is one of the dumbest things I think I've ever heard. Next to ink molecules are alive.
I don't do that, though. Actually, I've never made that claim.
You never made what claim? Dielectric.
Yes, he has.
Yes, you have.
Just listen to him talk some more, and then he will be making that claim.
Yep. He'll be making it.
This is just talk too much.
Yeah. He doesn't know when to shut up. He's just a liar.
Like I said,
Brian is here.
Oh, there he is. It took him a couple more seconds. He was upstairs.
Yeah, Brian, the one that had the conversation with Witsit twice about this very topic.
Yeah. See, he was upstairs washing the cat. So you finally made it back down.
Giving the cat a bath. Have you ever tried to give a cat a bath? I haven't. It wouldn't. No, the what are we asking? Did Witsit? Yeah, he did state that he got introduced to it, the electrostatics topic by you. He did.
Yeah, I didn't introduce it to him. But I know what you're saying. He kind of misconstrued that. I just gave him citations and support for how he was cleaning the clocks of the baltards with it, because they're morons, right? So I decided I'll go ahead and let him, take the chainsaw to him. But like I said, it was in hindsight, it was a Trojan horse. Like I said, it's all in God's plan.
You guys make a claim for gravity because you need someone omnidirectional flying.
You guys, who are you guys?
Flying through a vacuum around the ball and all of a sudden holding gas pressure next to a vacuum.
What the hell?
I don't need to answer any of those questions. What I'm saying is...
But you're going to replace it with what?
Little G is just things fall down and we kind of...
Little G is things fall down?
I don't see anything falling down in my room.
Little G's, the thingy's falling down. Go boom, boom, go splash, splash, eh? My God, are you stupid?
We calculate an average.
We calculate an average? From what? What about a helium balloon? Do we calculate that average?
Measure an average of how fast things fall.
How fast does it fall? What's your calculated average how fast a helium balloon falls? That's how easy it is to debunk this numpty dipshit. Mr. Intellectual, Mr. Master World Debater. He's an abject moron, ladies and gentlemen, like I've been showing for years. Systematically. 1, 2, 3, ABC. I got a lot of those 1, 2, 3 ABCs, by the way.
We still waiting for ping pong golf ball. Let's not.
Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball, yes. I think they might be. I think the double speaks may be breaking 3 digits now. If I went back and counted them, I'd wager they're over 3 digits. They're up in the
remember,
thousands.
he's supposed to be proving that Remember, he said he's not claiming that electrostatics is replacing gravity, but now he's saying that it is.
Yep.
Explaining gravity, but saying that it's electrostatics.
Yeah.
He's saying it in another way. So.
Yes, he is. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, I was going to say, what would you expect from someone who's always double speaking?
No, I wouldn't expect anything less.
Holding gas pressure next to a vacuum. I don't need to answer any of those questions. What I'm saying is Little g is just things fall down and we kind of we calculate an average. Like
Kinda? Or do we calculate an average?
we measure an average of how fast things.
Now we're measuring an average. Do you know the difference between measuring and calculating? Z's getting fed up with this horse shit. Look at him.
Things fall. You know,
Look, we can get into this. I would love to have this conversation with you another
Yes.
time. I'll simply say, there's no
Fair enough.
evidence downward. There's no evidence downward acceleration. Okay, so the idea of electrostatics and a downward vector to me is unevidenced. But
Yeah, exactly. But he said he wasn't doing that.
we can go from there. Okay.
Yeah, we disagree. We can run a generator.
We disagree on an objective topic. It's okay.
Oh boy.
He's a clown. He's an ass clown. Wow, dude.
Off a downward electric current.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Downward electric current.
You know, I always imagine.
Exactly how it sounds.
I always imagine that your cursor on the screen that we can all see, when you're just circling it around his face, you're just like pointing at him and jabbing at him.
Do I do that?
Yes. It's so funny.
Too funny.
I like how Z was like, okay, enough of this nonsense. Let's move on.
Yeah. Too funny.
It's okay.
Yeah, we can go back and forth. We
can have a conversation about that later. I think we're basically in the
We're
idea.
gonna have a different conversation about that later. Can you say that faster?
First moving up at a constant.
Neil's losing. Too funny. All right, I stepped all over that. Let me give you 3 5s. Let's get the whole thing. I won't say anything.
And a downward vector to me is unevidenced, but we can go from there. Okay.
Yeah, we disagree. We can run a generator off a downward electric current.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, we can go back and forth. We
can have a conversation about that later. I think we're basically in the idea that the Earth's moving up at a constant velocity answers it because there's no displacement. There's no actual downward acceleration.
What the hell is the dribble coming out of his mouth? At some points, I can't even understand it.
I heard him say the Earth is moving up.
Oh God.
We could
I know you've been in this conversation before. I know you've had
we
this
talk about that later.
conversation.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So, what else? Do you have anything else to say regarding the positive claims that the TFE was a complete hoax? I want you to cover it. I want you to just lay it out.
Well, I just think it's extremely detrimental, and it's giving them.
That's not what he asked you. He's like a politician, right? When they get asked direct questions, they start talking about something else. That's not what he asked you, dude.
How's the stream running?
Hey, great! 0 drop frames and green the whole friggin' way for 2.5 hours.
Awesome. Right, subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 and Nathan Oakley respectively.
Yeah, subscribe to Nathan because I came to him. I said, Nathan, I said, please, Lord, because the last stream I was redlining in here with fiber, right? I had fiber to the core. You know my moral fiber, right? So I got fiber, but my stream started shitting the bed again. I'm there, wait a second. I got fiber, dude. And I said, Nathan.
Moral fiber.
I got more. That's right, moral fiber. So I said, Nathan, please. I messaged him. I said, I gave him a screenshot. We got to go into this. This is important. I gave him a screenshot, and it said in YouTube Studio, it said, warning, Will Robinson. Warning, with this big friggin' message. Your bit rate's not up to snuff. So I screenshotted it. I sent it to Nathan. What was his response back to me? I think you're going to have to call your internet guy again. I said, you son of a freaking guy. So I freaking got in touch with verbal communication with Nathan and held his feet to the fire. I said, that's some bull crap, man. I said, you told me a long time ago when you got that message that there's something happening in OBS. I ran a speed test while all that stuff was happening too, and that was good because I have moral fiber. And so I got him, and he goes, oh, there's nothing I can do, even when we were talking verbally, right, on the show the other day. And I said, well, wait a second. Let me just pull it up. Just take a look inside here and see if all my parameters are parameting. And he's looking, goes, whoa, 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 let's take a look here. That's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. The stuff that he set up initially, anyway, by the way, folks, changed a bunch of stuff. Now he comes back like the conquering hero. That's how it went.
And it was his fault all along.
Yeah.
Where Neil or not Neil, Nathan, where is your moral fiber?
Is he still in here? So unsubscribe to Nathan. No, I'm just messing with you, man. Dude, buddy. Did you catch my parameting?
Oh, he was in the chat asking everybody how's the sound.
Yeah, he's cool, man. Yep, I got nothing but green and no drop frames. It's running like it's fine. All right, now back to the regular schedule program. No comment on my.
Just as you're going back there.
Say again.
Just before you go back there, just so everyone knows, Witsit is making a claim that basically about dielectric acceleration. He's making claims about it. Now, I made a specific. Now, I did debate him about it. It's the first time I ever debated him back in 2021. But I specifically made a video taking all the main points that were supposed to be proof of that and showing how they were all wrong, how he had his information wrong. Now, he has to be aware of that video. And, you know, yes, I heard him some while back bringing up bumblebees. It's like, I mean, I went through it with citation and everything, if I remember correctly, about the bumblebee issue.
Do you remember this?
You know, and
do you remember this, Brian?
Go on.
I wish I was a baby bumblebee.
No, I don't remember that.
You remember that?
Okay, I remember that. Don't remember that. But yeah, but it's like this dielectric acceleration thing. I mean, it's been shown to be wrong. I mean,
that's all right.
That. It's over.
That's all right.
No.
We're going to go over it Saturday, Brian.
Are we going over ether or dielectric acceleration on Saturday?
I think both are in there, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, that should be good.
Yep. And you're a principal. You're talking to him about it.
Oh, I'm on it. Oh, I didn't know I was involved. Okay. Fair
Yeah. You're on it because you discussed the same topic. We're gonna get right into it, man. Hey, it's gonna be scrumptious. All right, folks. Here we go.
Them exactly what they need. Like, I know that they're.
We're gonna have to rewind, folks. I forgot what he said before. Here we go.
The TFE was a complete hoax. I want you to cover it. I want you to just lay it out.
Well, like, I just think it's extremely detrimental, and it's giving them exactly what they need.
Where's Adam at? He said he was going to be late. What? 2.5 hours late? But we need to bring him on here and have him define what late is. That's what we need to do. All right, I'm going to go back a fiver. Here we go.
Yeah. Well, like, I just think it's extremely detrimental, and it's giving them exactly what they need. Like,
that's not what he asked you, like I said before.
Like, I know that there are some people, like, I think you guys were saying earlier that you think no one should have gone. It was bad, nothing but bad. And I said why I disagree with that, right? Because there are some people in FE did claim there's no 24 hours.
What? Whoa. Say that one more time.
Bad, nothing but bad. And I said why I disagree with that, right? Because there are some people in FE did claim there's no 24-hour sun.
Is that some people on FED claims there's 24 hours? What? We're gonna have to go back. Did anyone catch that? Can somebody state what he just said? Anyone? Are you guys still there? Let me check.
What did you just ask?
Did you understand what he just said? Yeah, there's people in here.
I can interpret it if you want.
No, I want to understand each word that he said because I'm going to go back. Listen closely.
Like, I know that there are some people, like, I think you guys were saying earlier that you think no one should have gone. It was bad, nothing but bad. And I said why I disagree with that, right? Because there some people in FE did claim there's no 24-hour sun.
Some people in FE did claim there's no introduction to the sun. What? What?
It's like the words just. It's like the words just fell out of his mouth.
He said some people on FED would claim that there's no 24-hour sun.
Did it? Is that what he said? Let's try it again. Sorry about this, folks. It's maybe we need to get somebody in here, not from hostage negotiations, but like does speech analysis.
Hostage negotiations.
Slow down the video.
Slow it down.
All right, that's a good idea. All right. Where are we going? Playback speed. Let's go. Let's make it faster. All right. Let's go 0.5. That should be good. Okay. Here we go. See if you can get it.
But bad. And I said why I disagree with that, right? Because there are some people on it.
That's pretty damn good. We should just keep it at that speed. Here we go. Let's go.
Oh, my God.
FE did claim there's no 24-hour sun.
I gotta go do a shot now.
All right. All right. We're going back 5 seconds. I still didn't catch it. Sorry I interrupted it. Everyone be quiet. I'm going to play it through.
Some people on FE did claim there's no 24-hour sun.
Some people on FED claim there's no 24-hour sun. That's what he said. What?
Because there some people on FE did claim there's no 24-hour sun.
What the... Dude. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave that with you.
You need some extra for audio to clean everything. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, that's some people on FED. No one on FED claimed anything about 24-hour sun. I never did. Since I've been here, I've never claimed anything about the AE map or 24-hour sun or Antarctica. I challenge you to find anything since May 15, 2016 where any of those words came out of my mouth. You won't find them. Let's go to normal. Is normal 1? Let's see. Yep. Here we go.
I don't think that we're going to have wins because I have full final.
You didn't think they were going to have wins?
Cut it, final edit over every
final cut, final edit. Now we're talking about editing and cutting of the what? Who knows?
Everything. And so either it's a flat Earth documentary or there is no documentary.
Are we talking about a documentary? How did we get there? Did Z ask him about a documentary? I don't think he did. I don't know.
Or there's no documentary with us in it, which means no one cares about it. So it's like
no one cares about it anyway.
I think that's potentially a huge win. The director is verifiably a flat.
A huge win. A huge win for what? What are you talking about? Does anyone know what he's talking about, please?
Well, I have to agree with him. It is a huge win because Jaren is now gone.
Well, you have to agree with him. That wasn't my question. What the hell is he talking about? Is my question. Z didn't ask him anything about no documentary. This is it's starting to get aggravating.
Flat earthers, as far as I could possibly verify someone. So anyway, I think that that's a huge win, and we could list all the wins off, right? Like
list all the wins off of what he didn't ask me about. What?
Yeah, this is anything he's asked becomes some circular route back to how he's doing some brilliant thing.
Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah.
That's all I ever hear from him. It always circles back to his BS every single time.
Is it irritating?
What was the question again? He asked him if it was legit, right? Was that the question, or was it a hoax?
Yes.
I asked him to address people who say this is a hoax.
Yep. That's not the answer, by the way.
Yeah, it's not even in the ballpark.
Yep. Yep. You got it. Brian was right on point, though. Good job, Brian.
Candace Owens, other big podcasts.
Candace Owens twice now. Yeah, those other big podcasts. We need you on there. You betcha. That's why you went. Yes, sir. We already knew that. I called it well before you left.
Et cetera, et cetera. So,
et cetera, et cetera. Da, 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 blah, blah, blah.
So I think I positioned it.
I think we
in such a way with the contracts, which are all going to be publicly available, hopefully tonight.
Did you ask him about the contract, Z? That was a rhetorical question. You didn't.
Everything should be on a site, all the data, all the
That's amazing.
Videos, all the contracts,
all of it, just everything on the site, all the data.
All that. But like, I thought that I had done pretty good to have the communities back, right?
What community? What community are you talking about? That's what I want to know. And we and us.
3 minutes to what now?
You're talking about the money community.
Oh, that community. Got it.
So what clearly has happened, though, is people have dismissed it as fake without even investigating. And
dismissed what as fake? Been investigating what?
That actually did give the globe a huge win.
The globe has a win. Globe is an inanimate object, a concept. They can't win or lose. It doesn't have bad breath, and it doesn't wear open-toed sandals. Clown.
24-hour sin is not a huge win for the globe.
Here's the win. He's a knuckle dragger.
The win is people just going crazy. And first of all, obviously the division, but...
The division of what? To divide, there has to be at least two parties, or at the minimum two parties. What are those? That's what I'd like to know.
Would sorry, just before you press play.
Yep.
Would this claimed win, where people have to deal with this problem and have to address all this PFE stuff, would that have been such a big deal? Would people have made such a big deal over it if him and Jaron hadn't been involved?
No.
No. So it's not our fault, Austin. It's your fault that we have to deal with this rubbish. Just so you know.
I said it right from the beginning. The best thing that can happen is no, and I mean nobody, agrees to this trip. Let the ballers go there by themselves.
You know, I'm quality over quantity anyway.
You're quality over quantity? Really?
That boy is selling it. He's selling his stuff hard. The Witsit label.
On the Witsit label.
The mark is on it.
Quality. So you're quality over quantity. In what context? But I'd like to know.
It's qualitative.
It's quantitative or qualitative?
It's qualitative.
It's quantitative is qualitative.
Yeah, people that are really poor researchers in the community.
There's another phrase that I've been hearing thrown around, poor researchers, mainly by Hanoi Jaron and Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball now. What makes somebody a poor researcher? What are you talking about? Let's go back. Let's pull a fiver. What?
What is it we're supposed to be researching?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
You know, I'm quality over quantity anyway. Like if we have people that are really poor researchers in the community that
if we have, who's we?
He needs a rich researcher. He needs some.
I don't really know. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Can't verify claims and then they just flippantly slander people. I mean,
they can't verify claims.
He's projecting.
Is this Mr. Etherite talking about verifying claims?
Yeah. Okay. It's really he's just on this loop. This incoherent loop of nonsensical waffling.
I mean, do we really need him? I mean, I don't think so.
Do we really need you? No, I don't think so either.
So, but what happens is someone goes and looks and they see, wait, these flat earthers.
Someone goes and looks at what?
They don't do good research. And
what they don't do good research. What are you talking about? Anyone?
He's projecting.
Is it delusional projecting?
Yes, because like you can easily input electrostatics, the citations that QE gave you, you created a whole religion out of nothing. Literally. With the ether, nothing can't exist. That's negative.
Yeah, but that's not what he's droning on with now. I'm just trying to get some coherency out of what he's saying. I can't do it. Sorry.
All their claims come from like lack of understanding.
All whose claims come from lack of understanding? What the hell are you talking about, man?
Oh,
Can I
that's
give
a
an
baller
example?
trick. That's
Can
a
you
baller
give an
trick.
example
You
of
just don't
what?
Understand?
What the hell is he on about?
Yeah, what he's on about is him and Bob, when he was alive, and other people on their side, talking about little spiders, right, who were using electrostatics, which he thinks is static electricity, to fly, right?
Brian, do you telling me that's what he's... Shut up, Brian. Are you telling me that's what he's talking about right now?
No, I'm trying to point out something, right?
That you didn't answer my question.
You don't know where I'm going with this, so forget about it.
Yeah, no shit, that's the problem.
He just said a minute ago that people were poor researchers. I was about to point out the poor researchers, and you made it not possible.
You think that he's talking? If you think he's talking about that, then make it quick. I don't think so. Go ahead.
He's not talking about that specific. He's not talking about that at all. My point is that he's claiming other people are poor researchers, and I was going to point out how he is the poor researcher. But now it's the moment is gone.
Go ahead. I had a specific question that you're not answering. You're like Kim, and I'm like Z. But go on. Go on with your...
what he's talking about.
Just go on.
Forget it.
Go on with your...
It's too contrived now. It's over.
Just go ahead.
No, it's over. Just keep going with the show.
I'm going to bubble your friggin' eye.
So when they make the claims about the shadows or the condensation, I understand.
Make the claim about the shadows and the condensation. Now we're getting somewhere. Who's making those claims?
And lighting and all this stuff. Well, they're like, oh, that's what flat Earth is.
Who's saying that's what flat... Oh, my God. He needs to be institutionalized.
Flat Earth is just a group of people that didn't really fully research things and don't really understand the globe model. They don't understand...
What globe model? He's just making shit up, talking out his ass.
And science, or whatever it is, right?
Science? There's no science in this. You're an ass clown, dude.
Caricature they paint of us.
But what's the caricature? Who's painting this caricature? Let me guess. You're going to be the savior of what you dreamed up, of these nameless, faceless people drawing these caricatures, and you're going to come save the day as the Flat Earth Crusader. Is that what's going on here? You're beyond delusional. Well beyond delusional. It's outside my scope.
When they come see people make crazy claims, and they're like, oh, every...
Like you.
Time a flat earther is given evidence that they don't like or is inconsistent with what they believe, they just say it's fake. Oh, it's fake and gay. It's just fake. And so that fulfills the stereotype that they want to put out about flat Earth. So when all these new eyes come over here, that is the worst.
The new eyes. Really, that's the worst thing. And then here comes our savior.
Thing we could do, in my opinion. So that's what I want people. That's one of the main points I want to leave people with, is like really think about the implications of what you're doing, or kind of how it makes us look.
Who's us?
Those are his terms anyway. Fake and gray.
Yep.
What the hell?
Yep.
Makes us look terrible because all these claims are...
I still want to know who us is.
Easily debunked. And when I present the evidence, which I've been having to do this redundantly for hours and hours, and I did agree to go, so I have some responsibility for that. That's fine. But as I go and do it, people just ignore it and keep saying the same fake claims anyway, or doubling down. That is not what truthers do. So, like...
You're a truther? How come I caught you lying? I got you lying. your dumb ass off. You're not a truther, son.
That's the biggest part of all this is I'm kind of disappointed because I thought I was going to really position us for a win. And
who's us? Again, for like the 8th time. And who's winning? This isn't a winning-losing game. You second grade playground retard.
Get all these platforms where like the real falsification of the radius arguments are finally heard by millions.
Now we're on to the falsification of the radius arguments again. Out of the blue.
Of people, and we're kind of dropping the ball as a collective.
Dropping the ball, is that a pun?
He dropped the ball a long time ago, buddy.
When we just like frantically say things are fake and with really poor arguments and poor research, it makes us look really bad.
So you,
again, who's us? Get him, Z.
You and I can agree on a lot of things you just said, especially regarding setting the flat earth back, but it seems as though you're giving an ends justify the means
exactly
argument regarding this, and I think I would have to disagree with that. But listen, I want to bring up Nachiketa, okay, because I want to be respectful of your time, all right? And I may bring some other people up, but I'm not going to let people just come up and lambaste you, okay? But I do want to, you know, if you're so inclined to allow some other people up, certainly Nachiketa, and use this opportunity to have you really address some of these questions, knowing, again,
it's been a while since we've seen Nachiketa. I forgot what he looked like. Let's see what happens.
That you're on basically a channel that we're not hoax-tarding this whole thing, okay?
A hoax-tard? That's a good one, man. I like that.
Let's bring up Notch. Notch, stage is yours.
Where are you? Oh, there he is.
Thanks, Z. Hi, Witsit. This is Nachiketa. We messaged each other a little bit on Telegram. I'm sure you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So let's start with the first premise, which is that for you, like, do you believe agreeing to the terms and conditions of going to Antarctica under, you know, the final experiments, you know, and going there with Will Duffy's dime, seeing the 24-hour sun, do you not have to agree that the Earth is a globe, or can you just say like, well, no, Earth?
Yeah, that wouldn't be in a contract or anything. I think I'm following with what he's saying.
Earth is still flat no matter what, but I did see the 24-hour sun, and that doesn't mean the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, my position is the latter, that the Earth is flat. Yeah, I told Duffy that to his face before we went on my stream.
Okay. So like I asked Duffy this question a couple days ago, several days ago. I met him over at another channel, and basically he said that yes, people are allowed to be insane if they want. Are you insane?
No, but Duffy's.
No, he's a liar though, and a fork-tongued double speaker. Yes.
No, Duffy sucks, right? So that's not news.
Well, that's true. Well, duh.
Yeah, but do you think Duffy knew prior to going to Antarctica that he was going to see the 24-hour sun? What do you think?
I think so. Yeah, I asked him that on my stream, and I asked him if he talked to anyone or asked him, and he said no, and I didn't really believe him at the time. Or why would you spend that much money? But
I thought you guys had like a private conversation already prior to that first interview between you and Duffy, and then it seemed like because you were saying to him at the time, and like, well, you know, I thought you said, right, this is something along the line that's what you said to Will Duffy, which means that you guys had some kind of a conversation prior to that official online conversation, which I assume was like, well, they must have known or they must have had a conversation. Did you guys not have a conversation before the actual live one?
Yeah, we had very loose communication, right? Like via text, and he talked to Jaren like way more than me, and I was getting stuff from Duffy through Jaren for the most part. I mean, we may have had a couple texts. I don't remember exactly even when I texted him back or anything. And he sent me an email to start the whole thing, right? Like he sent all of us emails. I replied to the email and I said, final edit, final cut, you know, like I made all these stipulations and I corrected him and said, flat earthers aren't scared of anything. All the claims that they're going to take us to Antarctica are lies for clicks. And, you know, we are in hit pieces, etc. So I had communication with him via email. I probably responded to like 1 out of 10, like at that rate. And I maybe had texted him at that point. I know at one point I would loosely communicate with him, ignore most of his texts. And then Jaren would come kind of tell me what was going on. Largely, it was just Jaren telling me what he agreed or kind of going between us. So if I ever reference something he said or promised or whatever, like any type of deal he agreed to, it would have been under those pretenses. Almost all of them were through Jaren. And then I agreed to have him on. That was like really the first like extensive conversation I ever had with him. And I knew he had to have known that it was there.
Yeah. Have you ever thought to correspond with ALE to ask them directly whether or not the 24-hour sun at Antarctica was real or not?
Yeah, so we did. So we called so they're stationed out of Utah or whatever. And so we had 2 or 3 people call and ask, hey, do you know about?
Is that what the rest of this is? Is this more of a procedural logistics claim? Is that what it is, Z?
I don't recall, more or less. There may be a few more pointed,
okay,
I guess, topics moving forward. He presses him, says, did you go for yourself? Did you go for the community?
Oh, okay.
And,
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they get into it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll stick with it then.
About the 24-hour sun, have you been? Most of the employees in the States have never even been to Antarctica. Even some of the employees, like the lead girl in Punta Arenas, had never even been to Antarctica, said she didn't want to go. No, Stephanie's in the States. The lead girl is some other girl in Punta Arenas. I forgot her name, but she said she didn't want to go. But Stephanie may be one of the ones that said this, which was she had never been there, never seen it, of course. And then they asked, well, have you ever heard anyone talk about seeing it? And she said no. Now, does she knew the pretense of the whole final experiment and was trying not to like ruin it? I don't know. But she said no. And then when I talked to other employees, I found out that they didn't even go there. And I'm like, whoa, is there some conspiracy here? You guys don't even know about it.
That's
or
strange
if it's there.
because Will Duffy connected me to Stephanie, and then I actually got an email back from some guy named Steve who told me that the 24-hour sun is real. So I don't know. It's a very strange thing, and that's like 2 weeks prior to you guys, 2-3 weeks prior to you guys going to Antarctica, right?
Wow, that's good. I mean, I didn't know that, but I will say, I still would have gone, right? Because I wanted to see it myself and document myself, and I know like.
Did you do it for yourself? Did you do it for yourself?
No.
Oh, there it was.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
I got him on Nathan Oakley saying he went for himself, and he also said that it would be a problem for flat Earth if there's a 24-hour sun.
Yep.
Oh, but I thought that if I saw it myself and could come give my testimony, I honestly, and I guess I was wrong, right? I thought that I had proven myself enough that my testimony would hold weight. That was
proving yourself through lying that I've documented over the past 4 years. Interesting.
Actually supposed to be like my whole role in this thing was that I could go and at least people could know I wasn't, not that they should blindly believe me, but at least like it would make people consider the legitimacy of it, and then we would have videos to back it up. So that didn't happen.
Just a second. He just gave a big massive trust me bro there, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he just gave. If you want to break it down into 3 words, it's trust me, bro. That's what he did. I thought everyone would just trust me, bro.
Yep.
Happen, obviously, but I would have gone anyway, because if I had shown, now that's interesting. You did get to the bottom of it. Steve, never heard of him. But if I had have shown people that email, do you think they would have cared? Obviously, they'd be like, no, the Steve can lie.
It's not about that. It's not about you showing the email to anybody else, but having that consideration that the 24-hour sun could be a real thing prior to actually going. And if you had known about that information, let's say a year from now, right? And then Duffy came along and gave you that proposition. And then you're like, well, I had a whole 6 months to a year to actually look into it. And the preponderance of evidence is actually pointing me to the possibility that the 24-hour sun at Antarctica is a real thing.
That wouldn't have stopped him. You know why? 2 words. Candace Owens. That's why.
Correct.
Would you have actually gone to Antarctica regardless, knowing that?
Tell him Candace Owens. Go ahead and just tell him. We all know it.
Information.
Yeah, so I think a bit of miscommunication there. When I bring up that Steve wouldn't have convinced anyone, I'm further making the point that that's why I went.
I was telling Neil this earlier, that in the past couple of days in Candace Owens' show, since she's come back, she's only came back from our Christmas break only in the past week, and since she's come back, she keeps using this term that I never heard her use before. Trust me, bro. She keeps using it.
Nuh-uh.
Even to one of her, which is kind of strange. It's like as if she's listening in. So I'm
yes,
very
you know,
interested.
right?
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing what will happen when he goes on
No
there.
way.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, trust me, bro. She's been using it
I just
in
want
a comic fashion. Someone else
break in. Just yeah, it's Z. I wanted to let the audience know that one of the members of this expedition was Candace Owens' producer.
Right.
Yeah, we know.
A man by the name of Mark Harmon. Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I did actively try to get it so Witsit wouldn't go on to that show. Now it looks like he is going to be on that because I knew he was aiming for there, and I knew people were trying to put him in that position. And I don't want him on that show, which is one of the absolute, I think it's the third biggest podcast in the world now, something like that. He's on there going to be claiming he's representing all of us.
Yep.
He's not representing anything.
Yep.
Would have still gone, and the answer to your question is yes, I would have still gone.
Yeah, because of Candace Owens. We pegged you right at the beginning.
Because the flat earth community as a whole wasn't convinced, largely wasn't convinced. The vast majority of them weren't convinced, right?
Weren't convinced of what?
Oh, so that's why he went? Because the flat earth community was not convinced. He went for himself, and like you said, to get on these big shows.
Yep.
And regardless of what anyone says, more of the
take it. Was that in the video? It might have been. Okay, sorry about that.
That was Nachiketa. That was Nachiketa.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't catch it. Yeah.
Events now, right? Like definitely more, even if you have a small sect that are freaking out, because there's stuff like the webcams cutting out for 8 hours. There was a video that popped up and got propped up with hundreds of thousands of views where they took the beginning and spliced it at the end, right? That's a real
the cloud one. I've seen that many years ago. I thought it was pretty funny.
Thing. They ended up coming out admitting that they did it and said the editor thought it looked better or whatever. And so when people saw that fakery and they saw the webcams cutting out, they're like, okay, this is sketchy, doesn't add up. There should be way more. And so we don't believe it. Now, I will say, to answer your other point, over the course of looking into it, because I was looking into it, had a bunch of people looking into it, we were finding things that made it look more and more real.
Just on, because he brought up, I wasn't going to say it, but it seems as he brought up that you know that there's two of them, there's two videos, but that do the same thing of claim 24-hour sun in Antarctica, where they show the same exact clouds at the end as they do at the start. So it's just a loop.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Right? Yep. Will Duffy has that in one of his more recent videos, saying that his 24-hour TFE thing validates that video, even though that has been, if the one he's showing was actually admitted by the person who put it out there to be false, after it was pointed out it was completely false. And Will Duffy is saying his false video is validated. This guy, Anthony Powell, his false video is validated by TFE. How can you validate something that's an admitted fraud?
Sorry, I had to step out for a second. You finished, Brian?
Yeah, I was just saying, how can you state that you're now validating something that was a complete fraud?
Yes.
An admitted fraud. How can you? It doesn't matter if something turned out, if that thing turned out to be real. The thing itself was fraudulent.
Yeah. Yep.
Right? Like we found this random YouTube video with 100 views and like 27 subscribers who this guy was skydiving.
You mentioned that was your friend. That was your friend who said that he went to Antarctica a couple times. Did you not?
No. So I did have a friend. I have a friend that used to work at NASA, and he's not like a really good friend, but he verifiably used to work at NASA, and he's a flat earther, and he said he went to Antarctica and he never saw a 24-hour sun. Now, I don't even know his latitude, what his latitude was. I tried to reach out to him recently. I don't know. He was there for 6 months, I believe. Like actually 6 months.
On Karen B, when you called in, do you remember calling it Karen B? And then you said that you did find somebody, like the Geo guy on your Earth Awakening.
Oh yeah,
Hanoi Geo. Yeah, we know him. He's the king of the land of misfit toy server. Yeah.
Found the channel with like couple hundred views, and you said that it was a 24-hour sun at Antarctica, and then you were basically saying that, well, that's probably not fake because it only has a couple hundred views.
That's the point I was just telling you about, which is that one of the videos Geo found was this like 360 of a guy skydiving, and it was like, why would they fake it and get 30 people to watch it or whatever? And there was another person that like a few days beforehand told me like, look, I have a friend, he's verifiably a flat earther, and he said he's been to Antarctica and see the 24-hour sun. Now this was like a few days beforehand. I was just saying I was 50-50 at that point publicly. Even on like Timcast, I said I was 50-50. You know, because once people dug in,
you
really
didn't have
deep,
any expectation on Tim's podcast. You said you didn't have any expectation, not that you were 50-50 on it.
Yeah, and just want to break in. And when you were interviewing Will Duffy, you stated that you did not expect to see the 24-hour sun. So that was your initial statement. Then on the Tim Pool cast, you basically said you had no expectation. So it seems as though your original statement, at least to Will Duffy in front of your audience, was that you expected to not see the circling sun.
Yeah, so this is all.
Oh, so I see what they're doing there. It's a little double speak. I'm tracking with you. Okay.
All lining up to exactly what I'm telling you guys right now, which is that as time passed and it got closer and closer to the trip, which I largely just ignored, right? I didn't know if it was going to actually happen. I thought maybe it wouldn't happen. And so I was just like, if it actually begins to happen, it happens, right? That's how I viewed the whole thing, forgot about it regularly. So like as it got closer and looked like, oh, it's maybe going to happen, I'm actually having close into my house and stuff like that, I started looking to it more, having other people look into it more. Over time, closer and closer to the trip, I became more and more convinced that there may be a 24-hour sun after all, right? And that's why on Timcast, I would have said something different than when I had Duffy on, which was way before that. It was like weeks and weeks before that, right? I don't remember the exact timing. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain.
Austin, why did you not come out to your audience and make that statement at the time? Why did you hold that and wait till after? If you at some point prior to the trip, if you at some point prior to the trip expected to see the 24-hour sun, why did you not state it?
I think I have said on more than one occasion, like now talking about live stream, I think even on a live stream, I made this point. If we're actually going to the trip, we're going on the trip, then we're actually going to see a 24-hour sun.
That's a qualified statement. That's a qualified statement.
Sure.
You said you expected basically that there would be a 24-hour sun based off evidence, regardless of the trip or not. Once you saw the evidence and you were leaning towards the possibility of the 24-hour sun, it appears as though you did not make that statement. You made a qualified statement regarding, well, of course, if they send me, then I'm smart enough, apparently smarter than Jaren, to understand that they're not going to send you down there to watch that sunset and literally debunk the globe in a second's time. So at least you got that. We're just pointing it out. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but just to clarify, everyone. So on Earth Awakenings, which is always streamed, right? That's where Geo spent tons of hours looking through everything to try to find it. There is a lack of these videos. There should be way more, you would think, certainly in comparison to the North, but it's less accessible, whatever. Okay, but that is true. Flat Earthers aren't just insane for questioning 24-hour sun. Like,
I'm a flat earther. I never questioned it. So your stereotype fallacy falls flat on its face. That's why stereotypes are fallacies. Just FYI.
The fact that someone wrote it in a book 120 years ago doesn't prove it. Like, they did cut out 8 hours from the webcams. They did fake one of the most popular videos. There was like a couple. There was like a 360, which was kind of low res.
Austin, we get that, but here's the reality. Here's the reality. If we look at the celestial observations, particularly in the south, particularly on their summer solstice, okay, December 21st and roundabouts, we find that there's a sunrise in the southeast and a sunset in the southwest in areas south of the Tropic of Capricorn. This obviously indicates evidence towards a 24-hour Antarctic sun, at least more than not. We know for a fact that as you cross the equator into the south in the summertime, the days get longer and longer the more south that you go. It's not just some people went in 1898 and some Zetetics wrote about it in a book. Observations today from Earth indicate the potential of a 24-hour sun. So this evidence was there. So either you were unaware of it or potentially ignored it. That I don't know. But that's the reality.
I was unconvinced. I was just unconvinced. Like I've always been very clear that like I'm just unconvinced. I'm not even claiming definitively there wasn't one.
Are you saying that you were unconvinced?
Like I just was unconvinced. And
Really?
You know, yeah, fair enough. Now it's easy to definitely say that, and if you said it beforehand, congrats, you were right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. I was wrong. If I thought there probably wasn't one. Turns out there definitely is one. I was wrong. I don't care about that. I don't necessarily agree that it proved it because the stars start to tip over, or you know, the sun tips over when you get past the equator and stuff. That doesn't prove it because I replicated it with the dome, right?
You replicated it with a dome. Where? What?
The exact same phenomenon with the dome and the star trails.
What?
And it makes sense with anti-crepuscular rays. So
anti-crepuscular rays. What?
I was like, that could be merely an optical effect. And so,
what's an optical effect?
When it comes to the 24-hour sun, I don't have evidence to verify it. I'm really, I don't make claims about stuff I feel like I can't verify. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough. We're not going to bang you over.
What about ether and incoherent dielectric acceleration and electrostatics? What about those?
The head with that point. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Beat him over the head with that point.
Much. Well, no. I mean, that model, the debunking of the AE map with the circling sun.
Yeah, it's not a model, Natch. Maps aren't models. Models aren't maps.
And has been debunked, or at least been presented to Jaren a long time ago. And I'm not.
That's a fact.
Saying that you're responsible for Jaren or whatever, but I'm. Like for years, people have been introducing that idea. It's just been like kind of pushed alongside and hand waved off. And now we're looking at it and we understand that that is true because you have observed the 24-hour sun. So all that observation is actually lining up with the sun calc data. The sun calc data, right? You've heard of the sun calc?
Yeah, I also know that sun calc on their own website will tell you that it's largely computational. Like it's not even all actual.
It's all computational. It's all computational. It's all algorithms.
Look, of course they have to interpret. Look, hold on. It's not based on a globe, Austin. You can put it on any model. Of course, you have to interpolate the measurements because you can't go in every position in the Pacific Ocean and measure it. But it's based on actual real measurements, okay? The ephemeris is basically an average of these measurements. The measurements have been known. They haven't changed. This argument that sun calc is a globe model is completely fallacious. You know that. Please don't make that argument here.
No, I'm not. Okay. I'm not.
Nice, good point. Way to come in. That was a good point to stop it at. Nicely done.
Claiming that it's completely useless or whatever.
No, he didn't say it wasn't completely useless or it was completely useless. He said that it's not a globe model that doesn't exist. It doesn't come from a globe model, is what he's saying. Son, focus.
It comes from
it's
what we
accurate. It hasn't been debunked. It's elevation angles and other muscle angles taken at specific times.
Yeah, how do you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline? Yeah, I just thought I'd bring that up.
In locations. It has not been debunked yet. Why should we think it would be any difference in Antarctica? Okay, go ahead.
Fair enough. But like I just explained to you my reasoning, which was that I wasn't convinced and I needed more evidence because I could explain the other things south of the equator.
You could explain? You're into this explanations are worthless without demonstration / validation. I don't know what it is with you. If you want to have some fun with this guy, whenever you catch him in a hangout, just make some shit up, right? And ask him to explain it, and he'll do it. He's a clown. I can get explanations down on the corner, a dime a dozen, from a village idiot. Explanations are worthless. I'll bet you he doesn't even know what an explanation is. How much you want to bet? Are people still in here, by the way? I haven't heard from you guys in a while.
Oh, I'm still here.
I went and checked anyway. Too funny. Yeah, he's a clown.
Without.
Who was that? Somebody said something?
Sorry, I was going to tell you I was showing Booger children losing baby teeth so that he could chill out about it because he's, experiencing it for the first
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not falling apart, Booger. You'll be all right.
He's not. He's
an actual 24-hour sun. You can disagree with it, but I can replicate it physically.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
You can replicate what physically? What are you talking about? I don't know.
No, man. Look, a coffee cup caustic on a dome is not replicating anything physically.
Is that what Oz is talking about? His little coffee cup caustic on the dome. Unbelievable.
Love it.
It's more theories and conjecture.
No theories, no scientific theories here, just pure conjecture. I understand you were saying colloquial theories, but around these parts, somebody says theory, they're going to get friggin' taken to task for cause.
We're talking about actual observations from Earth that debunked the simple circling sun model.
Never claimed the model, bro.
Man.
You'll never find me one time ever claiming that model.
You'll never find me one time claiming. I've caught you claiming models before. I specifically remember during that over 130 hours of stopping you in your tracks and saying, let's see that flat Earth model and let's see the globe Earth model, both. I specifically remember doing that on multiple occasions. Am I going to have to go back and go through all those videos and No, I'm not going to do it. You're a demonstrated liar. I'll just stick with those.
I'm not saying you did, but this model was used to present a false binary, which Jaron, your friend, is positing as a mutually exclusive observation that lends more evidence to the globe and makes a flat Earth literally impossible. Okay, so
disagree with them.
Okay,
so you disagree about objective topics again. Thanks.
We got you.
Are you saying that I should? But I'm curious, Z. You think I should actually stop being friends with someone?
No, you need to distance yourself away from him. From your position that you dreamed up in your head as a flat Earth representative, then you need to distance yourself away from Jaron. Duh! My God, it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure this one out.
Because I disagree with their interpretation.
Disagree, there's no interpretation, and you can't disagree with objective topics. See, agree and disagree are with subjective topics only, retard. You don't disagree or agree with objective topics. My God.
Of a model of the Earth.
What model?
Don't put words in my mouth. And
asking you.
I know, and it's basically a loaded question. I don't purport to tell you what to do with your friendships and what to do. I'm just letting you know that your association with Jaron makes you compromised.
Exactly. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure that one out.
By fact. And it will literally be the thorn in your side for the rest of your career as long as you decide to be a flat earther. That's the facts.
Exactly.
All right, look, I don't want to keep hammering you over the head about the model. We get it. I've seen you say that you don't necessarily subscribe to the model.
Yeah, but he's brought up models in the past before. He's done it here today, whether he subscribed to it or not.
Okay, I've seen you lean on it heavily, but you're correct in that statement. I can verify you have made the affirmative statement that you don't stick to any models. I saw you say it to Duffy, so fair enough regarding...
Yeah, what about all the other times, like for the past 4 years or so? So he has definitely done it. I know it. Yep, without a doubt.
That we're both simply pointing out to you that we at least saw this initially, okay? And we're just wondering why you did not see or acknowledge this evidence. That's all. And we're putting it. We're just.
Yes.
Didn't he postulate the ether as a model at one point?
He may have. I can't remember that specifically. It's not a flat Earth model, though. Did he?
Well, no, but just as a model, because I know you used the term logical framework, but I'm pretty sure he threw in the word model there somewhere.
Model's not a logical framework, but yeah. I don't know. He might have.
I'm not making the claim of it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I'm pretty sure the word model being thrown in there as well. I could be wrong.
Well, we're on to it now. He said it multiple times. Now we're going to be focused on listening to this crayon muncher. You better never state a model, Sunshine. It doesn't matter. You're toast anyway. Not you, Brian, him.
Well, I actually kind of have, right? So I've actually made the claims that, like, if we see the sun in the actual position, then, like, flat Earth in general would be difficult to explain.
Why? Why is that?
If we see the sun in the actual position, like, just...
Why would that be?
A flat Earth in... general would be tricky to explain.
But you said that twice. Why? And go on.
And that the sun is absolutely in an apparent position, and in every model it's in an apparent position. And I've made the claim that if you saw the sun in the actual position, the AE map and model is definitive.
AE map is not a model. A model's not a map. Map's not a model for one thing. I don't know what the hell you're on about here. I don't think you don't know either, because it sounds like gibberish to me. Incoherent gibberish.
Incorrect, right? I've made these points very clearly, and then I've also always made the point that, like, even the globe needs the sun in the apparent position, right? And actually, there are certain sunrise and sunset angles.
How does the globe prove that the sun is in the apparent position? That's what I want to know. The globe.
Before you press play again.
Uh-oh, there he is. Frigging almost 3.5 hours late.
Got a point in the bag. We're second in the league. And it was important.
I'll tell you, that's some bullshit for football. You sacrificed this show for football, did you? Didn't you?
Football and family.
Oh, don't you worry. This is going to go on for a little bit.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But
you want me to go back?
Yeah, give me a J, because I'd just like to address that. Give me a J.
I'm going to give you 2 J's.
Give a J.
I shouldn't give you any J's for what you've done.
Hey, Adam.
Goodbye.
All right, here's your
everyone.
Here's your 2 J's. Welcome, Adam. Here's your 2 J's.
In general, would be tricky to explain, and at the
I think we're going to need another one.
That was it. No, that's fine.
There we go. I can give you a full. Just tell me when to stop.
In the actual position, like just a flat Earth in general, would be tricky to explain, and that the sun is absolutely in an apparent position. And
is somebody making noise inside my hangout? Yeah. Who is that?
My headphone unmuted me.
He might have got a phone call. The agenda setter is setting it straight.
All right. Now I got to give him another J. You got a lot of J's here. Here we go, Adam.
It would be difficult to explain. If we see the sun in the actual position, like just a flat Earth in general, would be tricky to explain. And that the sun is absolutely in an apparent position, and in every model, it's in an apparent position. And I've made the claim that if you saw the sun in the actual position, the AE.
That's it, isn't it? So, having just said, I don't think you'll find me on camera, and I being held to a model.
Stop mumbling.
Then goes on to say, then goes on to say, but if we could see the sun in an apparent position, and that would be hard to place on a flat Earth model, that would put us in a tricky position. Why? When you're not beholden to a model. What's a model, Witsit?
Yep.
This is there's lies, there's damn lies, and then there's stupidity. This is the latter.
Yep. Thanks.
E map and model is definitively incorrect, right?
We've shown that that was shown a long time ago, 2016, and then 2017 by Z.
Made these points very clearly, and then I've also always made the point that, like, even the globe needs the sun in the apparent position, right? And actually,
why? And why is the sun in an apparent position according to the globe that doesn't speak?
The sun can't be in a apparent position, according to the card. When you talk about the globe, it can't be.
Yeah, but that's
an actual thing.
Yeah, but what do they say? Not the globe model. What the idiot globetards say, the reason for the sun in an apparent position. What's the reason? What's the cause of that?
Oh, refraction.
Yeah, refraction.
Yeah.
That doesn't frigging exist in the atmo. That's why. You're a clown. Oh, can you describe refraction? I know you don't know what it is, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. I want you to describe refraction with light doesn't travel. I want you to reconcile those. There, buddy. Also, I want you to reconcile light doesn't travel. It's already there with your previous arguments about light attenuation. I want you to reconcile those 4 claims. 2 and 2 together. Yeah, that's what I thought there, brother. It'd be easier distilling Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than to reconcile those two train wrecks, you numpty dipshit. By the way.
Or certain sunrise and sunset angles that I don't even think can be actually position. Like, just
sorry about that. YouTube screwed me, took me back. We're going to have to go a couple seconds in the future.
Made the point that, like, even the globe needs the sun in the apparent position, right? And actually, there are certain sunrise and sunset angles that I don't even think can be actually mathematically or geometrically modeled on a globe. So
modeled on a globe? Really? Was there a globe modeled on a globe?
Oh, I've made.
We could all agree on this. Look, this I've said this before.
Maybe a few more minutes just to give you a heads up.
All right, gotcha. Okay, so the sun is apparent. All three of us in this panel can agree that no matter what, the celestial bodies are apparent. This is the fundamental aspect.
We're going to have to prove that, Z, but it's a minor issue, but it's okay.
Here, this is the crux of the argument. We all agree on this.
I think it's a minor issue compared with the overall train wreck these guys are propagating.
Fundamental point. Okay. Notch, a few more questions, and I want to let one other person up who I promise they can come up. And
yeah,
we want to be respectful of Austin's time. So go ahead.
Yep. Go ahead.
Just very quickly, just to lend some credence to it, not that I can make a claim about it, but the celestial bodies definitely do not behave anything like terrestrial objects.
Sure.
So, it's a tough position to be in. It's hard to say they're not, but it's hard to say they are. How do you prove either way? Because just when you think you have some handle on them, you don't.
Yep. Correct.
Yeah. Look, Austin, in my personal opinion, I think you and Jaron did a disservice to the flat Earth movement, in my opinion. Okay, this is
it's a pretty good take.
It's my opinion, and the reason why I think so, and I know you have said that it would have been 1,000 times worse. It would have been 1,000 times worse for flat Earth movement if somebody else who didn't know the flat Earth arguments actually went. But all you guys actually were sent there for is to observe.
That's a good. Go ahead.
Who didn't know that flat Earth argument yet? We've got a guy here talking about celestial objects as if they have some influence on why we think the Earth's flat.
Yep.
Now, I'd have to disagree, actually. Dude, any Muppet didn't go with the pre-delusion that whatever he observed or didn't observe in the sky had anything to do with the ground he was stood on, and the nature of it would have been better than Witsit, Jaron, or any Muppet that thought the false dichotomy that Pastor Will Duffy presented to every Muppet.
Yep.
Go down there and indulge in this crap would have objected, yeah?
Yep.
My son, who's not a flat earther, would have been more objective in this. He'd have said, well, what's that got to do with anything? It's just the sun.
Yeah, and actually, just to add to that, I've heard this statement made by him on Nathan's now. I was just listening to the show, wasn't on the panel, and I heard that statement being made by him somewhere else recently and now here. But this is have a chance now to address it. This statement of, it's best that I went because I know all the flat earth arguments.
Yep.
It's like, there's no end of people on Discord that know the flat earth arguments. And I don't know what ones he's on about. I don't really hear him ever talk about these claims, flat earth arguments. When he's talking about anything to do with proving a flat earth, he mainly just goes to basically something to do with light.
Yeah, light traveling. Yes.
Yeah. That's mainly what he goes to. And I'm not putting it down, some of them are very good, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, what flat earth arguments is he an expert in that other people aren't? I don't get that.
Yeah, me neither. I think the ones that I've heard is the microwave transmissions. That's not a bad argument, but that's still light traveling, train wrecking his foundational position, by the way. But the microwave, the line of sight microwave argument, that's a good argument. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it's a little bit pedestrian at this point, but okay. What's other than the Knickerbocker argument? That's not a good argument. because there's many other.
No, it's not.
Are they flat Earth proofs?
Yes, one is the microwave. The microwave transmission. I can see that as a flat Earth.
What?
Yeah.
That's not his though, is it?
Well, that's the one.
Was that Vinny Pint as long distance? But that's not his argument, is it? Not like
I didn't say it was his. It's the one he uses. So, and you asked me, is that a flat Earth proof? Yes.
Is that what he chooses?
Say again?
That's it. That's him. That's him as a exponent of flat Earth. He'll mention a little bit of Wi-Fi. Yeah. What? That's not the best we've got, is it?
No, that's the best he's got.
I think Nachiketa is being very generous.
Yeah, he is.
Observe whether or not the 24-hour sun was there in Antarctica, because they already knew. You said that most likely that Duffy knew. I think Duffy knew, and I also suspect that Jaren also knew that there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Well, you can say that you don't think that Jaren knew.
I was with him in person, bro. I was with him in person, man.
He's a real life person, man, bruh. Just trust me, bruh.
Like he didn't think.
I know that, but you don't. Trust like me, it's speculation. I'm saying it's my speculation that I think Jaren probably knew that there is 24-hour sun.
And my speculation is founded on like eyewitness, direct interactions, reading him, right? So like, yeah, sure, neither one of us can prove it, but obviously mine would be, more founded. But it's all good. He
That's a nothing burger between you two guys, by the way.
Didn't think there was one, and I was telling him, bro, the fact we're even on this plane, bro, we're about to see one.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, brah. Trust me, brah.
I think. No, sometimes you have to concede a point, and Nachiketa should hear. He should say, "Yes, you're correct, Witsit. You do know the liar, Jarenism, much better than me."
Yep.
Right, and I told him there's a 0% chance that if that sun sets, we would be there, right? So, and he said, then he even said when we actually got there, he said, I don't care what anyone says. Technically, there is a chance that the sun could set. I'm like, we would not be here, bro. But it's all good. So he kind of fought it till the end, and so I don't think that what you're.
He fought
it till the end.
He fought
like a brave hero.
Yeah, he is. He fought it to the end. Face marred in blood. He fought it right to the end. The two logical fallacies, affirming the consequent form of logical fallacies, wrapped inside a false dichotomy, inside a pseudo-scientific non-experiment. He fought it all the way to the end.
You're saying
do you think Jaren's face being plastered on different language newspapers all over the world?
He's used to that from the behind the curve train wreck of a dumpster fire that piped the flat earth back in, what was it, 2018? Yeah, this is just rinse and repeat.
As claiming, I mean, obviously we could have expected that, and he could have been somebody else. He could have been some other, that Volker Meyer guy from Germany or whatever, who nobody has heard about, who's a flat earther. He could have gone to Antarctica and he could have gotten the flack, but that would have been much worse for flat Earth. You think having
much less
somebody else's face plastered?
No one would have cared.
All over the world instead of one of the top 5 prominent flat earthers, faces plastered on these newspapers. Which would have been worse?
Yeah, Jaren. So I'll give you that. I think that's your best argument. Is obviously his prominence in the community, his longevity in the community is worse.
Yeah.
He stated earlier, and he stated in the past, that it was better that he went because he knew the argument.
That's correct.
Right. Now, it's after just been pointed out to him he's just been asked, so would you think it would be worse if this unknown German guy who claimed to be a flat earther went and said he saw a 24-hour sun and his face was on some newspaper in Australia, or that it was Jaren? He said, I admit it was Jaren. It was worse that it's Jaren. So it's worse that it's someone who's known.
Yes.
Like you and Jaren.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's a complete contradiction to his mitigation.
It is, but then
it was good.
It is, but then he can't grease the skids for his crusading savior acts.
It's not. It's contradictory. It's non sequitur, right? I went because I know the flat Earth arguments. What did you go for? What did you go to do? something that had nothing to do with the flat Earth arguments.
Yeah, exactly. You got it, Adam. Yeah.
Absolutely. Like that point, that's a totally valid point. I'm not arguing against that, but I'm just saying that his mitigation for why he went, if you listened earlier, and he said it in the past, I think was that it's better that he went and like Jaron went.
Yeah, we know. You just said that.
Nobody's went.
Yeah, we know. You just said that. You gonna say it again?
I am. Because it's an important point. Right? It would be better. Yeah. So, two of the most well-known flat earthers in the world.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I know. But we're talking about according to general media, right? Two of the most well-known, right? By stats, let's just say by subscriber base, etc.
Just say the most well-known ginger flat earther. You're probably okay with that.
But the point being is that he's basically have to indict himself there by admitting that it's worse that Jaron's face turned up on some newspaper in Australia or wherever else. Yeah, and it's worse. So if ye two hadn't gone, who would they have had? Because none of the other big name flat earthers were going to go. Who would they have had? Someone like this guy in Germany.
Joe and Nick.
If right, it was at the World Biscuit Championships, and you've got like a chocolate digestive against a chocolate covered hobnob, right? And people said, we need somebody for the final, and you went, I am the most well versed person in flat earth arguments. You go, well, that's lovely. I'm happy for you. It's got sod all to do with biscuit judging.
Adam, you're in rare form.
By the way,
go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, I just want to state this just in case you didn't know, and I'm not biased at all, but Booger is the best ginger.
Booger or ginger?
Oh yeah, his hair is the color of a brand new penny.
Well, kick him out in the sun for a while. Turn it white.
He has.
And he doesn't have a fake beard.
He has no freckles either. Like his complexion is clear, so he's kind of an anomaly. He's beautiful. Just saying.
Okay, fair enough. Does he got a fake beard?
Right. Our Lord and Savior was ginger. Okay, accept it. It's why it's the only available form of obvious racism. It's why we subject Witsit to it. That wasn't prejudice. It was just an identifier. Surely he is the most well-known ginger flat earther out there. I can't think of another ginger flat earther that's better than Witsit.
Oh, brother.
But I'm the one that's about to go in front of millions of people and tell them the real flat.
Not prejudice. I'm like Nathan says. I'm about 26% ginger.
You're about 26. What's Nathan?
Well, he's 14% black.
That's what I thought.
Earth arguments. So flat earthers are just going to
shut up, Neil.
Well, go back.
You got to go back. You got to go back.
Okay. Jay, do you want one J or two J's?
One is sufficient.
Okay. Got a J. Let me know if it's enough.
Best argument is obviously his prominence in the community, his longevity in the community is worse. You can laugh, but I'm the one that's about to go in front of millions of people and tell them the real flat Earth arguments. So flat Earthers are just going to sit here.
What are the real flat Earth?
They're just going to sit. Arguments? They're just going to see when I point this out. People.
Oh, now it's getting a little spicy.
People always start censoring it because people.
It's starting to get spicy.
That's a genuine response. Isn't
I know
it
it was. So I gave two J's.
I'm the one. I'm the Messiah. Right? Yeah. And I'm going to nail to the cross. What cross are you going to get nailed to then? What's it? That's a really valid point. Given you are the exponent of flat Earth. So what are you going to go out with there? Hey, Mickelson Morley, dipshit. What's your starting gambit?
Yep.
This was our fear, wasn't it? Wasn't this our fear? And this guy is going to be our representative. You're not, mate. We don't want you to be. Please don't do it. Give it up. The pressure's too much.
And it's too late.
Yeah, for the good of your family, don't do it. We'll happily support you in your retirement. Now sod off.
Adam, it's too late for him to come with the proper arguments, the reality of things that we talk about here. It's too late. Sorry.
Yep, it is too late. That's what his mission was in the beginning, and now it's going to end. By the way, Adam, I did go 2 J's again so everyone can hear, because that was a little bit chopped up, so I went back 2 J's. Number 2, Adam, you need to be here Saturday for Ballbusters, no matter what.
I can't be.
That's bullshit.
Give me a minute. I'm sure there's some kind of birthday going. Oh, it's my dad's birthday.
No, it's not. You son of a.
I knew there was a birthday. His dad's birthday.
You ain't gonna want to miss this one. Pure electro.
I want to go out on Dad's birthday for Sunday, so I'm pushing for that. So I'll try my best.
All right, electrostatics is going to be the topic. Now back to the topic. I gave you 2 J's, so I'm going to let this run so we can get the full thought.
Worse.
Yeah, Jaren. So I'll give you that. I think that's your best argument is obviously his prominence in the community, his longevity in the community is worse. You can laugh, but I'm the one that's about to go in front of millions of people and tell them the real flat Earth arguments. So flat Earthers are we're just going to sit here.
What are the real flat Earth?
They're just going to sit. They're just going to see. When I point this out, people always start censoring it.
They're not censoring anything. He asked you, what are the real flat Earth arguments? That's not censorship. You friggin' Nancy fag you. Now you're back in your mode. What are the real flat Earth arguments? That's what he asked.
Because people Monday morning quarterback, but
Monday morning quarterback your ass. What are the real flat Earth arguments? That's stupid to say Monday morning quarterback. Where'd you get that from?
I did this for the
I don't know what he's talking about.
It's nonsensical.
I'll go on Candace Owens instead of him if he wants to do that.
Oh, he's a
He doesn't have to do it at all. Do you know what I mean? It's like plenty of people would take his place. Plenty of people out here would take his place.
Yep.
No.
I did this for them.
So we don't be calling people Monday morning quarterbacks because that's not the situation.
Yeah, it's not the situation at all. He just blurted it out like some moron. I think Jaren started with that shit too.
As people Monday morning
quarterback, and he started quoting Peyton Manning. You retard.
Quarterback, but I did this for the community. I did it.
He's the crusader.
It's for them. I tried to ignore the experiment or quote
unquote experiment. What experiment? What's quote unquote experiment? Clown.
I thought you did it for yourself, and because you're a truther. Isn't that what you said over at Nathan Oakley's channel? That
oh damn, Nachiketa was listening to that.
Good one.
Yep, you did. We might go over that, by the way. I think I have that saved.
Irrespective of you, why you got here, does it announce how you're behaving now? That's the issue with you. Yeah.
Yep.
This non sequitur chaffity chaff.
Yep.
Nonsense is very telling.
Oh yeah.
Because you've just painted yourself as the new great white ginger.
Yeah, the great white hope. Yep.
Well, what he said on the Nathan Oakley show was he's a naturally curious person, so he wanted to go to see for himself. Now he's the Messiah.
As the Messiah.
There is a Messiah complex to it, isn't there, in the way he thinks of himself.
Well, while you were gone at your football game, Flatsy had already called that out quite a number of times.
That's because she's very perceptive, isn't it?
Why, thank you.
You did. What a cheeser you are.
you did it for yourself, and you did it for the truth,
community,
and because you're a community. But you're saying two different things right now, right?
No, I've said the same thing the whole time.
Well, that doesn't mean if you said the same two things every time, that has nothing to do with what he just charged you with, you glue sniffing fungus muncher. What do you got? A script? Not paying attention to what he just said. Clown. You're an ass clown. You're dumber than my cat's litter box. For God's sake.
All right, I want to be respectful of Austin's time, and I want to get...
He was. I thought Nachi was pretty respectful, but I got you the time thing because idiot boy has to go.
OTW up here. All right, Austin. So OTW, he's whatever. He has his own YouTube channel. He has a show. He's in.
Z, are you bringing?
It's pretty
somebody...
much it from here.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Z. Sorry.
It's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty much it from here. The next guy really doesn't offer much.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. We finished it. How you like that?
I like that a lot.
It's rare that it happens.
It only took 3.5 hours. Well, 3 hours and 45 minutes. We got it, though. So what do you think about that? That's right. That's right. Who's that? Who's that? A bag of chips, bro. I got it.
2 episodes. Dang. That's a record.
I should get the director's chair. You know why we made it in 2 episodes? Because Adam almost missed both of them.
I've seen enough. Yeah. Like I say, you could hold somebody as to whether you'd go, oh, you used the word antipodal, but that's kind of like a arsehole detail that we hold ourselves to. So welcome to the group.
You also have to give
to that.
Sorry.
What was heartwarming was to hear that you got it right. I've seen people throwing shit at you already in my Skype. Oh, he's an upward. I don't care about other stuff. You can smell bullshit. Now, we have to get rid of a lot of bullshit, but you can smell bullshit. And what was more pertinent was the way you dealt with your bullshit. Yeah, politely and succinctly. Yeah, and plowed the bullshit back at them. I thought it was brilliant the way you dealt with him.
I do too. I couldn't have done it.
It was politer than we ever could have been.
Yeah, I'd have fired off in his.
Very refreshing.
I would have fired off in his ass. So
no, that's exactly my point. Yep. It was politer than we could ever been. Yet the sentiment of how we expressed our disgust at his behaviour,
yes,
was very pertinent. It was very powerful because it wasn't just as gobshiting. It was somebody that did it in a much more Californian way.
Z, you from California?
Pretty much the complete opposite. As you may notice from my accent, I'm from South Jersey, outside of Philadelphia. So,
all that.
And yeah, I just want to say blessings to everybody. Thank you all for reviewing this.
Sure.
And I'm glad you guys saw what I saw and see what I see in these two. And again, we can argue about things. I mean, look, there's the minutia of the, this community when we disagree on certain topics.
Sure.
We're never going to agree on everything. As far as the upward vector, that's where I stand now. I know we were having some fun in the chat. I'll invite anybody to come talk to me about it. If anybody wants to have further conversation, I'm always available for it. But,
Shut up, Neil. We're not getting into that right now. We're focusing on what happened.
Here we go, Neil. Yeah, Neil, come on. Don't spoil the mood with your red herring technique and your attempt to poison the well regarding this conversation.
His position is he's got no desire to talk about something he doesn't feel informed about. Right, okay. And this is the point, Z. You can hold whatever position you want, right? And I'm not going to attack you on it unless you bring it here to the table and present it as something that I should consider. Now, if I hear in the background you think something, I don't give a shit, mate. Don't worry about yeah. Sometimes it's easy to pick an argument that's easy to win. Yeah. Don't be baited, mate. You're welcome, mate. I like I said, I like the cut of your jib.
Yep.
And I recognise that you can call a spade a spade. Yeah. However powerful they are, and you do it in a very eloquent way. So
yep.
I look forward to your viewpoint. Whether we ever agree on an Umi position, that's not relevant to your welcome.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
Well, thank you. It's much appreciated. Yeah, and to me, a lot of the focus now is, who are the agent provocateurs and who are not. That's the real thing. I mean, we can disagree on things, but when people are being dishonest and deceptive, and when we look at these two individuals, I think the jury's out, then that's a different story. And again, if anybody missed the beginning, Jaron officially embraced the globe today. He's no longer walking the fence. His quote was today in his most recent post, it appears as though the world is a ball. He said it. He's unequivocal now. So, you know, we have this situation where we have the optics of the world. There's going to be a certain narrative and a certain rhetoric. And in light of calling flat earthers, in light of Jaron calling flat earthers a dangerous cult, well, I think we kind of all have our eyes on what the prize is at this point. At least I do. And secondarily is just continuing to point out Jaron's fallacious logic. He's shown it for the last 9 years as a flat earther. Now I'm sure we could look forward to even more of it. Now he's a glober. So, and I also want to finish on this. I suspect Jaron's financial situation is going to increase substantially with his globe switch. And I've seen it on his latest stream. So I don't think that could be
Yeah, they're both grifters.
overlooked. But again, thanks everybody. And I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you're welcome, Z. Like I said, you're welcome back anytime.
Yes, and thank you for providing us with decent content.
Yes.
Absolutely.
For real. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Z. Now, to you, Adam, why don't you read the chat and see that I was the one saying to people, I want nothing more than to bring him to an understanding of certain things. I'm not shouting at him. It's been going on in the chat.
What's up, Neil?
Castigated him first.
You're good. Somebody else. Oh, hold on, Neil. Hold on, Neil. Somebody else was talking. I think Eli was trying to get in there, and then we'll get back to you, Neil. Go ahead, Eli.
Booker just said super chat.
Super chat. Super Eli.
That takes precedence.
Retro Bill sent, when displaying your meat hooks, remember, you don't need to use air quotes for your own words. Exactly.
Make sure you tell him that, Retro Bill. Next time you see him, make sure he knows that.
That's insane. Oh my gosh.
Thanks, Retro Bill.
All I wanted to thank you, Retro. All I wanted to say was that we don't really have to do much. I mean, for the FED enthusiasts out there, they know what our position has been. We've been saying that the AE map is just a globe projection. So all of that's documented anyway. Jaron can never, with his grubby little hands, say, oh, flat earth is a cult. No. Your audience was a cult, and now you're eating them alive.
Yep.
That's what's happening.
Yep. His audience was the two UFOs are eating them up, not actual flat earthers. We're the actual flat earthers, Sunshine. Clown. That's why I was trying to get Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball whenever he said they, us, and we. I want to know who those groups are. Exactly why. So, yep. Anything else? Any final thoughts? All righty then. Adam.
I guess we're not going to go to Neil. No problem.
Oh, sorry about that, Neil. Go ahead.
As I was saying, I was not attacking Z. I was telling people in chat, it is my duty to at least try to, as a panel, educate them on how the Earth is not moving upwards.
Right now?
Yelling at them or shouting them down.
I
have a question, or at least I have a statement. Does anybody find it strange that nobody's ever seen Neil and Joe Pesci in the same place? I'm just...
Yep, I always found it strange.
Wondering, that's all.
I can tell you right now, I wish I was Joe Pesci.
Yeah. Too funny. All right, that's it. That's all we got for today. Adam.
Oh, yeah.
Take us home, sir.
Apologies for my very brief appearance, but, needs more. Oh, I said the only thing I would say
You
is...
thought he was looking for your opinion on something, Adam.
No.
He was trying to get you to do something. You were saying, yeah, sorry about my brief appearance. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. No, he didn't care. Just take us home.
Yeah, that's all he cares about.
Yeah. He didn't care. He didn't care what you had to say. It didn't matter.
Yeah, there was. I wondered whether my mic was working, actually, Brian, to be fair. I don't know, the bit I've said, the bit of learning. I like a little bit of learning. The bit of learning is, isn't it nice to listen to somebody that you've never heard of and actually hear a commensurate opinion to your own through a decent appraisal? Now, you might not agree with every single word they said, but it's nice to know you're not alone in the dark, isn't it, sometimes? So, yeah, I'll double down on the welcome, Z. But I think it's more important that it's not just us that can see what a duplicitous, lying bunch of scumbags these guys are that couldn't present evidence if they knew even what it was. Yeah, very refreshing. So, yeah, thank you. And I'll hopefully see you Saturday if I can move my family around.
I can move my family. You'll be here Saturday. Saturday, Ballbuster. Don't miss Saturday. I'm telling you. Mr. Electrostatics, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball is going to be here. You don't want to miss this one. This is going to be world premiere stuff.
I'm on it. I'm selling the virtues of a fantastic Sunday lunch for the family. I'm on it.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Thanks, Z.
Call it.
What?
You should call it opening the Trojan horse.
We should call. Is that what I should call it?
Along those lines. Yeah.
I'll take that into account. Okay. All right. Thank you, Z.
Achilles heel.
What?
Achilles heel.
Achilles heel and the Trojan horse? I don't know. That's a little bit long. You only get 100 characters, dude.
Just Achilles heel.
Shut up. Shutting up.
Just name it Dr. Frankenstein creates.
No, Dr. Frankenstein, because the QEs are a bit cranky.
I'll name it what I name it. Shut up. Shutting up. They're going to shut up, shutting up, because I just put them on mute. All right, guys, like I said, thanks to Z, outstanding performance, and he's welcome back anytime. Talk about any subject that he wants. Obviously, through these past 2 parts, you've seen, like Adam said, the duplicitousness of these abject morons. I mean, it's really bad out there, so be careful. And I'll be back Saturday. Be here or be sphere-tard. QE. Out.
The sun is shining, he's alone, raging into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land at such a comical sight. To see it to the globe head goose spewing out his shite. Shouting! Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves I play. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this Antarctica place. Not come all this distance just for you to take the piss. The ice wind's blowing, here he goes, pacing like a lunatic, upside down on a spinning globe, but the best is yet to come. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land at such a comical sight. To see me tune the glove head goon spewing out his shots, swinging. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone laughs at me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this Antarctica place. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. The sun is shining, he's alone, reaching into his iPhone, screaming 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this fat land at such a colorful sight. The civic to the globe head goes spewing out his shite. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone outside me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? And listen, I'll secret bliss. I'm not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? And listen, I'll secret bliss. I'm not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. Get some, get some. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? And listen, I'll secret bliss. I'm not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. So I'm all alone here raging. Everyone outside me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? And listen, I'll secret bliss. I'm not came all this distance just for you to take the piss.
I talked to you about Antarctica. You deflected to measurements. You are a dumb liar. Every single one of your dumb followers needs to look at their lives and realize Nathan Oakley is a liar. Since 2016, he's been saying if you go to Antarctica, you will be faced with gunpoint and turned away. Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns?